Baltimore Community Lending and TEDCO, they're in the room for just being true partners to us in how they think about co-investing alongside us in the entrepreneurs that we are investing in. Philanthropic organizations who found creative ways to support the same entrepreneurs as co-investors, Goldsecker, West Baltimore Renaissance Foundation, Strauss Foundation. And then we have other institutions in Baltimore, a few I will name, who have also made it possible for us to invest capital because they put capital into us. Baltimore Community Foundation, and the EKC Foundation, the ABLE Foundation, the USA East Jesuits, and many others in Baltimore and across the country. We also acknowledge the invaluable contributions of individual and family co-investors, angels, mentors, and most importantly, the social entrepreneurs who entrust us with their dreams, their time, their camaraderie with their fellow enterprise leaders, all which are critically important. There are many more to acknowledge, but the most important piece of all this is this. To advance Baltimore, it truly takes a village, an all hands on deck approach. It takes us making what I sometimes see as seemingly simple, but yet profoundly impactful decisions that change the lives of other people every day. So, as we prepare to hear from these entrepreneurs, remember that you are not here by chance today. You are here on purpose. I encourage you to challenge yourself to consider how you can support their dreams. I'll give you a couple of examples in case you might be thinking, how? One, you can choose how you spend your own individual capital by buying local. It's really important. You can advocate for these social entrepreneurs in your own spheres of influence. Think about where you worship, where you play, where you work. Encourage those folks to also spend their money locally and support these entrepreneurs. You can invest in small ways and big ways financially, and in other meaningful ways too. And then think about your networks. What doors can you open? Cost savings is just as important. What skills and talents do you have to contribute to these entrepreneurs so they can save money in one way if you can't give the money yourself? So let's shift our attention back to these entrepreneurs. It's been a rough week for some of the entrepreneurs that we work with and for our team because we're preparing for this moment. And it's really an opportunity to just really remind ourselves again that the entrepreneurs, like many entrepreneurs that you know in your lives, are waking up every day, placing everything on the line to produce life-enriching products and provide services to strengthen our communities. But they're not just entrepreneurs, they're social entrepreneurs. They're not solely driven by profit. They're also waking up every day responsible for leading enterprises dedicated to improving society, especially Baltimore City, by emphasizing livable wages, local employment, community partnerships, meaningful stakeholder engagement, and at the end of the day, trying to balance their books too. That's hard. That's extra hard, I would argue. So as we celebrate their vision and creativity and resilience today, let's just really, really take the time to not only engage them, but really give them the support that they need. That support does go beyond the things we usually ask for. The time, money, resources, connections. That support also includes your love, trust, the things that they generously share with us every day. And I will want to commit that Innovation Works and Ignite Capital is going to make it as easy for you to give in whatever way you want to. We can share due diligence materials. We can figure out how to remove barriers. They may make it hard for you to figure out how to just do that little thing. Just let us know. We'll figure it out. I think we'll get pretty creative around here. And we want to also keep you engaged and keep you up to date on what's happening with the entrepreneurs that we're supporting. And on that note, I'm sure that the entrepreneurs themselves are eager to engage you. So thank you for participating in this inspiring journey towards a brighter Baltimore. I am going to invite Eric Lynn up to kick us off with our first session.
Thank you so much, Jay, and thank you for everyone here today for coming to support all these entrepreneurs. The food and beverage sector is the first sector up on the stage today, and it's a valuable and important sector for our local economy, but also for our lives. We all have a personal connection to food. It's one thing we literally cannot live without, but beyond our physical need for food, food is actually embedded in our culture. Food grounds our memories of home. We mark the passing years with special dishes, special drinks. When we gather around these foods and drinks. It's woven into how we form our identities. When we think of Baltimore, part of the tapestry that we imagine are burger, cookies, crab cakes, Old Bay, Natty Bows, and pit beef, right? And the food and beverage industry is also critically important to the local economy. The food and beverage industry is a key factor for employment, for tourism, and for neighborhood growth. Employment growth in leisure and hospitality was over 11% in the Baltimore metro area in 2022. This growth added 11,200 jobs to the area in that time. And of these, almost 8,000 were in food services. That's 21% of all non-farm jobs added over those 12 months. The sector accounts for about 10% of all the jobs in the Baltimore metro area and about 8% here in Baltimore City. But beyond these immediate impacts of this employment and the incomes that those jobs bring back to families, food service is often also an entry point for folks into the workforce in general. It's also a source of employment for folks in transition, with the National Restaurants Association reporting that more than half of all Americans having been employed in the food and beverage industry at some point in their working lives. That's huge, and well beyond the people who are employed currently. The food and beverage industry has also been a key driver of tourism and tourism spending. Baltimore has been named one of the top 10 cities in the US for food by Zagat's. This recognition shows the diversity, but also the quality of Baltimore's culinary scene. Visit Baltimore reported that tourism-related food and beverage spending in Baltimore in 2019, before the pandemic, reached $181 million. That reflects growing industry in food tourism for Baltimore. Also, before the pandemic, about 27 million visitors traveled each year to Baltimore for business, conferences, or just for leisure to visit. In fact, pre-pandemic, hospitality and leisure was among the top 3 sectors of Baltimore's economy. That's huge. And employment in these sectors is closing in on a return to pre-pandemic levels. Food businesses also anchor main streets and commercial corridors. They become destinations in and of themselves, supporting the small businesses around them. So how do we strengthen these effects and leverage the sector for social and local impact? Well, we could promote local procurement. According to a report by the National Restaurants Association, 57% of consumers are more likely to visit a restaurant that offers locally sourced food items. We can strengthen local supply chains. When institutions prioritize procuring goods and services from local businesses, it can provide a significant boost to the local economy. This support helps local companies thrive, and it helps to drive that employment growth I mentioned. It also contributes to the overall economic well-being of the community. This also serves to shorten the distances traveled by our food and helps us to lower our carbon footprint. We could also support the sector through innovations in funding. For example, by taking into account some of these measures of community strengthening when performing risk analysis for funding decisions. There's an understanding that a strong connection to local communities is a mitigant for repayment risk, but how can that be measured and accounted for? Local hiring, local procurement, local partnerships, giving back to local communities, these are all factors that could be directly observed and reported on. Rewarding these features can help us strengthen and create stronger local ecosystems and enterprises. Doing this helps us to see local businesses grow as they sell directly to consumers, and as they broaden and deepen distribution channels with institutions, and as local businesses find footing to reach national distributors. So, thank you so much for your time. Next, I wanted to bring Jay back to speak with Meet the Mushroom so that they can have a conversation about Meet the Mushroom's entrepreneurship journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric, for those reflections. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, it's been a rough week, and one of those folks who felt that rough week is Travis from Black Acres Roastery, who was supposed to present with us today, but is not able to join us. Travis is doing okay. but he was just not in the headspace to be with us today. So we decided to sneak in another surprise, which is to bring Marvin from Meet the Mushroom, the one and a half of the dynamic duo, to really just hear from one of our local entrepreneurs. I will say that we met Marvin last summer when he was introduced to us by our ecosystem partner, Luke Cooper. And Luke is like, Jay, we run a venture fund. This is not for us, but we think you really, really like Aaliyah and Marvin. In the first conversation, Marvin told us a story about, coming up in West Baltimore, all the stuff he had done in his life, and how they stumbled upon a mushroom bacon product. And I was just like, tell me more. I'm not a vegan, but tell me more. And since then, it's been an incredible journey watching him grow over the last year. We've now invested twice in Meet the Mushroom. So Marvin, let's have a seat up here real quickly. I want to just hear about your journey, and then we'll get on with the actual presentations. All right, I know for the folks in the room, it might be a little difficult to see us because these chairs are not as high. Where's that mic? Thank you so much. All right, Marvin. Happy Friday, brother. So just real quickly, can you just maybe just share your story of how you first got started as an entrepreneur and what inspired you to take this path?
I realized I was an entrepreneur probably about 2 years after I graduated high school. Right out of high school, I went into college. I went to a community college, and I was working while I was in college to support myself. I was working in college to support myself, and I was finding myself not keeping a job too long. I was either quitting or getting fired. And I had to step back and take a look at myself and see what was going on. And I realized something about myself that I'm the type of person that I don't like ceilings. I like to be as creative as I can and able to give back to the world in a way that I wanted to do so. So I looked into entrepreneurship, and I said this is a journey that I wanted to take. I was working at the post office at the time, and my mother always instilled in me, which a lot of our parents do, go to college, graduate, get a good job. Go to college, graduate, get a good job. So that was the journey that I was going to take. But then I realized that about myself, right? So I was working for the post office, and I didn't quit initially. I said I'm a start a business first, which was a wholesale car sales business. So I started that business, and just like myself, usually what happened, I got fired. I got fired before I started making money with the business. And when I came home, I was talking to my mother, and she said she never seen someone so happy about getting fired. Which I understand. So that's how I initially started that business. It worked for about 4 years. I was, I had some ups and downs with that first business, and then from then on, I took off, into that world.
Okay, awesome. And along this, a couple of businesses later, somehow, somewhere, you stumbled upon Meet the Mushroom.
Meet the Mushroom. Yes.
How did that come about? If you don't mind just sharing that story real quickly.
Okay, so that started by I initially wanted to start a restaurant, a vegan restaurant, because I was vegan for about 5 to 6 years at that time, and I initially wanted to start a restaurant, put it in my neighborhood to help others, take a more healthier journey through eating. But as I was working on the menu for the restaurant, I saw that the product that we were making, and take a step back too, I wanted to make sure our vegan products were, for the menu, they were healthy. A lot of vegan, the problem with vegan meat alternatives right now is that a lot of people look at them like, is it really healthier than the meat that I'm trying to avoid? So I wanted our products on the menu to be the solution to that problem. But as I was creating these products for the menu, I saw that these can help the world and not only my community. So I decided to transition from a restaurant to a CPG brand at that time. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds like a big pivotal decision.
Yeah,
What challenges would you say have come with that decision?
First of all, I've never been in the food business at all. And so that's the biggest challenge right there. But I would say this, say the biggest challenge, and there were so many challenges. I can't pick one, but I'll say the biggest challenge was, let's say this first, that one thing I learned about entrepreneurship is that having a team is a beautiful thing, and you need a team to build a business. So building this business, it was a lot easier than my other businesses, even though I didn't have experience in a food business, because I had a business partner, and it so happened to be my wife, and we just worked together like a puzzle. You know, she's where I'm weak, she's strong at. So yes, we did initially have problems with building a business, but it wasn't as big as I would usually have my other business, because she was there to basically be my crutch. I was her crutch, you know? Yeah.
That's awesome. So the team components, figuring it out. That makes sense. So when you started, I hope I got this trajectory right, you started off just making the products, doing farmers markets, showcasing the products one person at a time, with a digital e-commerce business where you were just selling online and still selling in person. And then recently you've made the shift to B2B, trying to get into retail stores. Yeah. Like, can you maybe tell us what exactly inspired that shift, and how you've kind of grown the business to date?
Okay, so like you said, we started off in farmers markets, local farmers markets. We built our clientele and our customer base that way. Then we shifted to online sales, which worked just seamlessly, because my wife prior business was a marketing company where she did on Facebook online ads for other businesses. So we were initially successful in that part, but we knew we had to conquer the B2B and sell to grocery stores and distribution centers, and so. From then on, we knew we had to scale the product, and that was initially hard to figure out how to scale the product, because we didn't have the funding to buy big machinery and things like that. So one of the things that was hard to do was to find out how to slice the mushrooms, because we use sliced mushroom. We don't use a mold. So we had to figure out how to slice the mushrooms as fast as possible, quickly as possible, to really scale the business. And it wasn't anything in my budget to do so. So I had to get creative, and I had to use a machine that was a few $100s, and I had to manipulate that machine to work for us to actually grow the business. So that was pivotal in our growth. Yeah.
So now you're in this B2B space.
Yes.
You're probably stressed out.
Yes.
I suspect the financial return may be slightly worth it. Can you maybe give us an indication? Last year at this time, what was your monthly revenue? This year, what is it now since you've made the shift?
Got you. Okay. All right. I'll say this first. Initially, our first year, we made $40,000. And I want to give the praise to you guys, right? Because you guys came in and helped us with our first round of funding. And we went from $40,000 that first year to $40,000 a month after you guys invested in us. And that just shows that just shows the power of support and investment in our companies, because we were really on the brink of shutting down before you guys helped us out. Even though, you know, we might have looked successful from the outside, from the inside, we were struggling. We didn't know, you know, because we had, when you start a business, you really got to go all in. You can't have another job. You can make it work like that, but it's better if you can, you know, give all your energy to that business, and that's what we're doing, really supporting ourselves, paying our bills with the profit that we're getting from the business, and And but yeah, so from that point on, y'all invested, we've been able to take off, and but yeah.
Yeah. No, congratulations on that. That's big.
Thank you.
That's big. I mean, mentorship has been a big part of this journey, right?
Big.
I saw Luke walk in,
Yeah.
one of your mentors, and then we also assigned you another food industry mentor, William.
Yes.
Can you maybe just talk a little bit about like what the role of mentorship has been for you in this process?
Yes. One shout out to Luke Cooper right there. That was our first mentor. Met him at a farmer's market. He walked up to the table. He tasted our product, and he made a U-turn. He said, "Man, this product is great. Tell me about your business." And at the time, we were struggling at the time with funding, and I just told him, I told him about our struggles and what was going on. And from then on, he's been a great mentor to me. And a lot of advice he's given me that has helped me throughout this business. For one of the things he loves to say is, and has stuck with me, is that say it in a room. And at first, I probably didn't get it as much until I really needed it. And what he means by that notion is that when you see something is going on, or you have something on your mind, speak on it right then and there. Don't let that time go. You don't want to hold it in. And that's been able, that advice has been able to help me build culture within my business and with the employees. I always tell employees, tell me or anybody else that we're working with what's going on. Don't say it behind anybody's back. Don't think holding it in is going to save somebody's feelings, because when you have a problem, to heal it, you must reveal it. If you don't reveal it, you can't heal it. If you don't tell the doctor what's wrong with you, you're not going to get any help. So that's been one of the biggest advice Luke Cooper has. And I want to give Luke Cooper his flowers right now, because he is doing for the community just like Innovation Works is doing, and investing in people who don't have the resources behind them, and is a lot of talent in our communities, a lot of creative people in our communities. There's a lot of geniuses, and like they say in the graveyard, who haven't been able to really do anything with their life and die without having that backup behind them. And it's pretty sad, but now we have that opportunity, and we appreciate Innovation Works and people like Luke Cooper and all the other people who's helping our community out. Yeah.
Thank you for that. So I mean, I'm going to wind down here. You're running this business with your wife, and you all have an almost 1-year-old.
Yes.
How are you guys managing?
I probably look sleepy up here right now. I will say that. I'm sure my eyes are a little droopy right now. I really don't know how we're managing it. But just finding a work-life balance is key. Sometimes I try to get up at 6:30. Now, when I get up at 6:30, it's really to make the milk for the baby, right? But I take that time since I'm up, sit up, do some push-ups in the morning. I do a little meditation, sit on the ground, take some deep breaths, really focus and use that time when the world is silent to really really think and not only think about how I'm gonna grow the business, but think about how I'm gonna raise my child and build things beyond the business. So, but finding the work-life balance is very hard. Like I said, it's important to have a team around you, and that's very important. And my team just doesn't consist of my wife. My team consists of the employees, and I don't even look at all our employees as employees. My goal with this company is to one day the people that are employed with us right now, to hopefully make them co-owners of the business, and give them equity in our business to because because they have talents that's helping my business grow, things that I don't have. I just had a conversation with a young lady that I brought on. I saw she was working for another company, but she's still working for the company, but the company is slowly no longer. It's going it's going down a little bit. But so we brought her into our company. I seen her talent and what she was able to do for that company, and I didn't feel like that company was it's a large company, but they weren't basically giving her what she was giving them, and I saw her talent, and one day want to be able to, like I said, give people, make them co-owners in our business. Because they're really helping us grow just as much as anybody else. Yeah.
I was going to ask you a final question about where you see yourself going. I think you just gave us some
Gotcha.
insight
Yeah,
into how
yeah,
you're
yeah.
dreaming about the
Yes.
future of your company, which is awesome. I'll wind down on a very light note.
Mm-hmm.
This morning, I told my son that the mushroom guy, bacon guy, was going to be this thing.
Yeah.
And he told me to tell you that you should get 2 costumes,
2 costumes.
one mushroom, and
All
one
right.
bacon, and have
Okay.
them be your ambassadors. That's what he told me this morning.
Hey.
So that's that.
That's
On that
good.
note, thank you so
That's
much
it.
for being here. Really appreciate you.
I'll do that.
Yeah, I am now going to introduce Straight Up Hiatus. Oh, okay, good. Let's do it. So let's get started hearing from the entrepreneurs in the food and beverage sector today. We only have the one entrepreneur that's going to be talking to you. So let us have Matt Featherstone from Hiatus Cheesecake get up here and tell us all about these delicious cheesecakes.
Hello. So we have a cheesecake up here. It's not just any cheesecake, it is a Hiatus cheesecake, and it's going to be one of the top selling grab-and-go desserts in the next couple years. My name is Matthew Featherstone. I'm the founder of Hiatus Cheesecake. This all began, my mom used to bake pretty much every day. She used to bake bread. I would be in the kitchen with her baking. One day, one of my cousins came in with a cheesecake. I fell in love with the dessert, decided to go find a recipe and start making it for myself. It turned into me making cheesecake for family, friends, and events. Eventually, I ended up in the restaurant industry. While in the restaurant industry, I learned something. So we have 2 different types of restaurants here. We have the fine dining. Fine dining restaurants, they have a pastry chef in their budget. Then we have casual dining restaurants. They normally have to outsource their desserts. So then you have this middle range restaurants who has a high quality dinner menu or lunch menu, but they still have to outsource their desserts. As a result, they end up with low quality ingredients, oversized portions, and uninspired flavors. The solution? Meet Hiatus. Artfully curated flavors, clean ingredients, locally produced, award-winning. We have amazing flavors such as sweet potato fantasy. It's a vanilla bean cheesecake layered with a sweet potato pie, topped with a Swiss buttercream. Triple Love is a brownie crust, vanilla bean cheesecake with the chocolate chip cookie literally baked right into the top of it. So why cheesecake? So cheesecake is the top requested restaurant dessert in the United States. The dessert market itself is a $36 billion industry, and cheesecake owns half of it. So we've decided to take cheesecake, and we broke it down into 5 different revenue streams, most of which we've already acquired contracts in. For example, national restaurant groups. We recently just closed a deal with the Atlas Group. We've launched in 6 of their restaurants. Food service. We also closed a deal with Johns Hopkins Hospital that will be starting next week. We're in all 5 hospitals. We'll be in 6 of their cafes, 2 of the cafeterias, and on patient trays later in the fall. Retail. We are in Whole Foods markets. We've been in there since 2020. We just won Kroger's Go Fresh and Local Business Accelerator. We are going to be launching into 17 of Kroger's stores in Virginia on the 28th. Airlines. We have, because of one of the distributors that we're with, we have interest from in-flight who procures for first class. And then we have a pending opportunity with the military through one of our advisors. So how are we going to distribute to all of those places? Strawberry Hill is our co-packer. They're based in Kansas City. It's a third-generation bakery. They started in the early 1900s. They already co-packed for such companies as Omaha Steaks. They did about 2 million cheesecakes last year. We have Gourmet Foods International, which is one of the top gourmet food distributors in the world. We also have Savo Food Service. They are one of the largest independent distributors. And then UPS is kind of the glue. We work along with them. They have 3PL partners around the entire country, and they help people build out their supply chains, and that's what they've done for us. So far, we've done about 500,000 since the pandemic. However, in the past 12 months, 220,000 of that has happened in the past 12 months. So these are our leadership members. Myself, Matthew Featherstone, I'm the founder. We have Brandon Wiles, he's the brand ambassador and the COO, and Love Joyner is our HR business partner. So these are our projections. Kroger wants to take us into 1,200 grocery stores by 2027. We expect to be in about 200,000 restaurants over the next 5 years and about 5 million plus people served. And keep in mind, these projections are modest. We plan to double every year. This is just if we increase by 25% each year. So we're asking for 100,000. With that 100,000, we plan to hire bakers for our facility, expand into new markets, refine our marketing, streamline operations, and onboard our co-packers. So at the beginning, I said that hiatus was a grab and go. And the reason that we feel that it's going to be such a big grab and go is in the name. We call it hiatus because it represents a temporary break from your diet. The portion sizes are small, so you don't overindulge. So we guarantee you, if you take a hiatus with us, you will escape with every bite. Any questions? Oh.
Have a seat.
Sure.
So we're going to give you just a quick 3 minutes or so. Feel free to just chat with your neighbors about what you just heard. Think about what questions you want to ask, because we're going to actually have folks come up and down the aisle to take questions from you that we're going to send to Matt, and I'll get ready to facilitate those questions. You have no cards?
In your perspectives, you have no cards. We're going to take questions and write in. Best way to do it. So talk with your neighbors, write questions down, we'll collect them, and we'll get to the Q&A portion.
If you have questions. Not mandatory, obviously. You can't answer a question for everyone. But yes, we would love to take your questions.
Thank you.
As we collect the cards, if you could just bring them up, so I can try to organize my own thoughts. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's keep the cards coming, but I will go ahead and start asking questions. I might have to come back and read that question. It's a lot of questions. This is
That's an easy one right there.
All right, thank you. I'm going to try to group these questions as best as I can so that we're not having Matt up here for the next hour answering you all's questions. So Matt, the first question basically said samples. So basically, do you have samples?
Unfortunately, I do not have any samples with me today. However, we are in all the Whole Foods in Baltimore and throughout Maryland, so you can purchase hiatus cheesecakes at Whole Foods markets.
Just run into Whole Foods. All right, there you go. On the retail front and catering, what other companies are you pursuing at the moment, or would you like to pursue?
So for retail, we're pretty much open to pursue any retail customer. Right now, we're a little hesitant to approach too much DSD since we are starting to pick up larger distributors. So if there are a retail customer or food service customer that's already attached to like Savo Foods, they could purchase through their distributor.
Awesome. There are some questions here about investment. So let me just maybe ask those questions real quickly. On one end, what do you consider, on one end, how would a $100,000 investment, which you're asking for, enable to double every year or grow? Like, what is that $100,000 that you're asking for going to allow you to do? And beyond that, as you grow, how do you imagine you're going to protect your equity in ownership?
I think the most important thing is for us to be able to increase production. And the way that we're going to be able to increase production is by bringing on our co-packer. We're trying to get this co-packer onboarded by the end of Q1. Our co-packer can produce upwards of a truckload a week. A truckload for us is going to be at about 35,000 cheesecakes a week. We're able to negotiate outside of exclusivity with our co-packer, so we can bring on others. We are already looking at co-packers on the West Coast as well. The plan is to have a co-packer on the West, a co-packer Midwest, and then ourselves build a facility here in Baltimore to handle all of the production on the East Coast. So that's the plan.
You answered another question someone else had, and if you want to add more, feel free. If not, just tell me, Jay, that was the answer. You mentioned hiring a baker and co-packing. How do you envision scaling up with some production in Baltimore? You just kind of mentioned that. And if there was a local co-packer, how would that impact your bottom line?
It really comes down to how much they can produce it for. The lower that they, and to be honest, we've been going to trade shows to see the latest technology in bakery, so we know the equipment to mass produce what we need. So even if it comes down to if they don't have the equipment, we can put them in contact with the factories that produce the equipment that is needed and can work on raising whatever funds we need to raise in order to get the production done.
This is a great question. This is more, it's actually spreads across not just your business, but across the sector in Baltimore as a whole, something that we should all be thinking about. What do you anticipate you'll need to maintain production in Baltimore?
To maintain production in Baltimore, honestly, I feel like the continued support of organizations such as, Innovation Works, certainly plenty of employment, and then we already are part of a lot of local organizations. So the support of Baltimore itself, I think that in itself would be able to keep it here. The more that the word gets out that Hiatus is here, that we're trying to be a branded company, a CPG company here in Baltimore, and the more that Baltimoreans get behind that and kind of owns it themselves as their own industry, as their own business, as it is a Baltimore brand, that's what we need. We need Baltimore behind us.
So there's a question here around impact. Like, what do you consider to be your primary social impact story? I'm gonna maybe tease out something you've just said. Job creation in Baltimore is important to you.
Yes.
I am going to suspect that just essentially having a ready-made workforce is going to be critical to that.
For sure.
Having champions.
For sure. So,
Anything else you want to add to that?
Yeah, so we've already been, so we worked along with, we did Youth Works this past summer, which is something that we plan on doing every summer. Then we also worked out some agreements with, some contracts with Job Corps. We were working with helping the students that are in the culinary program complete their programs, because we pretty much make everything that you see on the cheesecakes we make. So we make all the graham crackers, cakes, cakes, jams, toppings, which is pretty much everything that a person that's in a culinary program would need to know in order to complete their program. So we've been working on trying to pair with different schools and universities in order to help them complete their programs. And then that in turn will help create that job for us, not just with hiatus, but in general for culinary.
That's great. And as you could have called out, you're currently based in manufacturing out of Govins.
Correct.
On York Road. Okay.
Correct.
This other question was, can you make, or can and will you make a vegan cheesecake?
Already working on it.
Already working on it.
Yep, already working on it.
All right. And how is your product doing with Gen Z? What is Gen Z again? How is your product doing with Gen Z?
Well, I think our main customer would fall in the millennial range. So we are still working on grabbing more Gen Z, but our main customers are millennials. Yeah.
And the last question, how do you imagine building a sales force essentially as you look to expand, looking at all these different sectors you laid out, industries you laid out as a target market?
So we are going to be bringing on several brokers to help us build that sales force. And one of my business partner, Brandon, is probably one of the biggest sales force by himself. I think that between him and the co-packers, and the brokers that we have, that our sales force should be pretty strong.
What I'm hearing there is you're not necessarily going to go hire a bunch of salespeople. You have strategic relationship with distributors who would essentially be your pro bono sales force.
Well,
to some extent.
Brokers in itself.
Brokers, got it, okay, yeah.
We'll have, we already have a broker with Kroger, so we've hired Empire, who is the in-house broker for Kroger. They're going to be helping us. So we have two things set up with Kroger. We run the Kroger Go Fresh and Local Business Accelerator, one. Then there's a private equity firm by the name of Pearl Rock, and they have something called the Growth Studios, where they select one of the winners from the cohorts, and they help them scale throughout the Kroger ecosystem because they own the purchasing data from the loyalty shopping cards. So we were selected as that business for our cohort, so they're helping us scale throughout the Kroger ecosystem to make sure that we hit those 1,200 stores. But in addition to that, we also hired Empire as our broker, who is the main broker for Kroger, to the effect that they have teams in every single region to make sure that our product is on shelf and management is in place and focused on moving the product out. So we have a pretty strong sales team when it comes to Kroger, and we're going to work on building that same strategic team across the board with any other major retailer that we enter with our distributors.
Sounds pretty awesome. And as far as the cheesecakes are concerned, maybe I will offer this, my team don't fight me later. We have another 5-year anniversary event coming up in November. Maybe we can have cheesecakes there instead, and everybody can just get one. On that note, thank you so much for taking the time to do that. Really appreciate it. And again, in your booklets, thanks, Matt. In your prospectus, you have more information about Black Acres Roastery. If you want to talk about Black Acres and how to potentially support that brand, you can pull myself or Lindsay aside. We know a lot about them because we've also invested in them too, but they're looking for additional support. At this time, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break before we transition to the next sector, which I believe is health and wellness. Thank you all so much. All right, everyone, if you don't mind, if we can have you come back to your seats, please. We would love butts and seats in the next 1 minute, if you do not mind.
Yes, sir.
Butts and seats.
You want me to do it my way? I'll yell at people and tell them. You sure? Yeah. Like to yell at people. No. Take away all my fun.
Everyone, we are encouraging glutes and seats in the next 1 minute.
I was wondering, I like, I think he's like, well, we're all doing different shit, but it's like, we get salad, we get
All righty, folks, we are now keeping Dr. Destiny in waiting. If you don't mind having your seats and saving your conversations for the next break. I say that with all the love in my heart. I love good conversations. But we need to press pause. I'm going to start calling out names. Ulrich. Jim Peterson. Thank you all. Much appreciated. We are going to kick off our next sector with, I think we call it health and wellness. Health, wellness, and well-being. There you go. And we are going to invite up Dr. Destiny Simone Ramjan to talk to us about her work in this sector and to give us a preview of what we're going to hear from the entrepreneurs. Doc,
Awesome.
let's go.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I am an optimist, and when I took a personality quiz that compared me to Winnie the Pooh characters, I was Tigger. So you're going to hear lots of energy from me today. Destiny Simone Ramja, I know there are some Eeyores in the room, and that's okay too. Everyone matters. I am so happy to be here, not just because Jay invited me. I am proud to serve as Vice President of Community Health and Social Impact with Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield. Hopefully we have many, many card-carrying members here. I am also an HBCU grad, North Carolina A&T, Aggie Pride, so very proud of the work that Dr. Jenkins and his wonderful team are leading right here at Coppin State. Care First cares deeply about transforming the healthcare industry, and we think we can do so inside the walls of a payer space, but also outside the walls where most of your health happens. Right? We know that there's a data point that says that 80% of your health happens outside of the doctor's office, in places where people live, work, play, and seek care. And so a part of that means that we have to think about those social influences very deeply. Coppin State University is one of our strongest partners. I will say that just last month, Care First and Coppin began a partnership to expand workforce opportunities right here in the zip codes of 21215, 16, and 17. And in the College of Health Sciences today, there are Care First customer service reps being trained to take your calls, being trained to administer health services and more. So that's the kind of transformation that Care First wants to lead and continue to see over time. I'm a public health sociologist by trade. I earned a PhD from Columbia University, to which this branch of public health is devoted to understanding social influences on health, right? My career has focused on understanding the complex ways in which race and racism, in which socioeconomic influences, stress, and health behaviors impact physical and health status. So what do we know about social influences on health? Well, there is a saying, public health sociologists have a saying, that your zip code is a better predictor of your health than your genetic code. In Baltimore City, there is a 20-year difference in life expectancy between the neighborhoods of Roland Park and Greenmount East. When you look at differences in race and gender across the state of Maryland, white women in Montgomery County have a life expectancy of 86 years of age, while black men in Baltimore City have a life expectancy of 63 years of age. So there's a 23-year gap in life expectancy. I tend to think that healthcare has what's called a candle problem. So when Jay asked me to talk about an overview of the sector, I was really excited. There are opportunities for transformation and growth and innovation. I only have 10 minutes. I'm not gonna get to talk about big data or artificial intelligence, so I'm sad about that. But what I am excited to talk about is how these deeply entrenched issues emerge. I'll share some data points with you about each of those, and then some promising solutions. How does that sound?
Great.
All right. So, as the slide says, the industry faces considerable demands that require a complete transformation. How do you boil an ocean? 1 teaspoon at a time. And so if I were spoon feeding you change makers, these are the 4 teaspoons that I would be giving you. It's an affordability issue, a mental health crisis, workforce shortages, and structural racism. Let's talk about costs first. The United States has some of the one of the highest costs of healthcare in the world. In 2021, healthcare spending reached about $4.3 trillion, which is about $13,000 per American life. And relative to the size of our economy, healthcare has increased over the last several decades. In 1960, healthcare represented about 5% of our GDP. Any guesses to what it was in 2021? 20%, absolutely, thank you. So that's 20 cents of every American dollar going to healthcare. One would imagine that we have outsized impact on healthcare outcomes, right? Well, that would be patently false. With that amount of investment, we should be the healthiest nation in the world, and quite the opposite is true. Not only do we have the lowest expectancy when compared to other developed nations, we also have the highest rates of preventable and avoidable deaths. Name a condition: heart disease, lung disease, diabetes, substance use, injuries, homicide, depression, drug abuse. We outpace our peer nations on every single one of those indicators. The affordability issue is untenable, and let's bring it a little bit closer to home, not just at the national level, but at the individual level. About a quarter of adults say they or a family member in their household haven't filled a prescription, cut pills in half, or skipped doses of medicine in the last year because of the cost. And we know that African Americans and Hispanics experience a disproportionate share of that burden. Black and Hispanic adults also have difficulty with finding employment and maintaining that employment. So most of the insurance in our nation is connected to employer-sponsored healthcare, right? Which is to say, if you are unemployed, your health is in crisis. And that's especially a hard pill to swallow, no pun intended, because again, 80% of what contributes to your health happens outside of your doctor's office. Those social drivers of health. So the key takeaway from this first pillar is that innovative solutions that reduce healthcare costs and promote prevention and wellness are keys to the healthcare transformation of the future. Second, behavioral health crisis. We're all still emerging from a pandemic. It was exhausting for me. I'm sure we all share that. And not only was it exhausting, we've sort of had this collective grief that I think we are still reckoning with from the amount and magnitude of the loss of life. Anxiety and depression are on the rise. Mental Health America released a report outlining a 634% increase in anxiety screenings and an 873% increase in depression screenings. That is astonishing. NIDA released a report that there are about 15 million Americans struggling with alcohol use disorder. About 22% of US adults experience a mental illness in 2021. So as we look at the healthcare system, employee mental health and well-being is becoming a significant budget line item. From an employer standpoint, mental health challenges impact retention, productivity, job performance, and not to mention healthcare costs. So forward-thinking employer groups, forward-thinking entrepreneurs and others need to recognize that there are benefits to investing in mental health and wellness of their employees. And quite frankly, this doesn't only go for adults. This extends to children as well. In 2021, the US Surgeon General issued a rare public health advisory, some of you might remember that, describing the mental health crisis impacting young people that has worsened and been exacerbated by the pandemic. 1 in 3 high school students reported persistent feelings of sadness and hopelessness, while suicide rates for young people rose almost 60% over the last decade. I will also say it's not just a crisis because of the condition, it is also a crisis because the healthcare system doesn't have the workforce to then respond to that issue. So bringing it really close to home, in Maryland, for example, 2/3 of Maryland counties qualify as a federally designated mental health professional shortage area. Commercial insurers in Maryland reimburse behavioral health providers about 20% less than other doctors for similar procedures, and Maryland ranked 7th worst in the nation last year for opioid death rates. The state has also seen a 46% increase in children accessing hospital emergency departments for suicide attempts. No surprise here. A key takeaway, prioritize mental health, self-care, and joy, along with workforce solutions. Third, I think I kind of already addressed this, but in healthcare, 54% of the industry left to go to another industry, right? We've all heard of the great resignation as folks found their true purpose and found their calling. For me, that's healthcare. For 54% of individuals, that wasn't it for them, right? And maybe there's some of you who are competing for funds now because you found your true purpose. Just a data point on the clinical conditions among clinical workforce. So 64% of nurses feel stressed, 54% feel exhausted, 53% of clinicians are burnt out, and 23% are depressed. Key takeaway, I'm hammering it home here, right? Promoting a culture of health and wellness, self-care, joy in work, and addressing these sort of future evolving benefit needs of the consumer. Lastly, structural racism. A 2016 United Nations report on the conditions of African Americans in the United States said this: the persistent gap in almost all of the human development indicators, such as life expectancy, income and wealth, level of education, and even food security, among African Americans reflects the level of structural racism and discrimination that creates de facto barriers for people of African descent to fully exercise their human rights. In fact, the United Nations called African American experiences in America a human rights crisis. So things like residential segregation, we all know about that, Baltimore being the birthplace, growing income and wealth inequality, and discrimination are drivers of poor health. How does that show up in the healthcare environment? A 2016 study of white medical students found that 73% held at least one false belief about the biological differences between races. Examples of these beliefs include Black people having thicker skin, less sensitive nerve endings, or stronger pain tolerance. Doctors in emergency departments are less likely to classify Black and Latinx children as requiring emergency care when compared to white children. And Black people also face higher risk during any number of medical conditions. For this one, I'll talk about pregnancy. According to a 2019 study, African American women and birthing people are 3 to 4 times more likely to die from preventable pregnancy-related causes than white people in the US. Let me also just tie that back to costs. Racism is expensive, okay? Health inequalities account for about $42 billion in lost productivity per year, and the current health inequalities direct cost to the healthcare system today, it was just released in April or May of this year, is about $320 billion annually. We can't afford that as a system. Key takeaway, health and wellness solutions that meet the social, cultural, identity, and linguistic needs of patients and providers and institutions can really be transformative. So I know that was a lot of doom and gloom. Sorry about that. It's the truth though. You can quote me on it. But one of the promising things is that healthcare does not have an expertise issue. It has a candle problem. So how many of you have heard this? Don't raise your hand, please. Okay, good. I don't want to bury the lead. So the candle problem was created in 1945 by a psychologist named Carl Dunker. I heard about this in a TED Talk. And here's how it works. Let's say that I'm the experimenter. I bring you into a room. I give you a candle, some thumbtacks, a box, and some matches. And I say to you that your job is to attach the candle to the wall so that the candle, the wax, doesn't drip on the table. So what would you do? Jay, what would you do? Okay, anyone? So some people will try to thumbtack the candle to the wall, right? That was my first guess. I was wrong. Others have a great idea. They're smarter than me. They're caffeinated maybe. They had a Red Bull, a Monster drink. They light the match, melt the side of the candle, and try to adhere it to the wall where it's kind of the wax sticking to it. It's a great idea. It also doesn't work. So with time, some people, not me, I never figured it out, some people figure out the solution, which you see here. And the key, would anyone have thought of that, even with time? What were you thinking? You know, I believe you, Jay. I do. Okay. The key, so you can see the solution, right? You nail the box that was sitting there just a moment ago to the wall, and then you place the candle in that box. But the key is to overcome what's called functional fixedness. It's a term that I hadn't heard before. But typically you look at the box and you see it only as something to hold things, hold the tacks, right, or hold the matches. But it can also have this really dramatically different other function as a platform for the candle. And that is my issue with healthcare. We have a hard time seeing that tack box in a new way that is a critical cognitive function required for us to solve these intractable issues around structural racism, around costs, around behavioral health crises, and more. If you do what you've always done, you'll get what you've always gotten, the candle problem. But I'm going to end on some better news. I've outlined the 4 demands to the healthcare space. But awesomely, we have 4 of healthcare's finest candle solutions to bring to you today. I believe that these 4 organizations are uniquely positioned to solve healthcare's problem. You know, Simon Sinek has a quote that says, "Vision is the ability to talk about the future with such clarity, it's as if we were talking about the past." I'm inspired by Heart Vision and Amani Nicole's holistic approach to self-care and wellness that helps individuals look and feel their best while also combating mental and physical strain. I am inspired by Ballet After Dark's position to help Black and brown girls and women heal their minds and heal their bodies, and enhance workforce and family joy. With the right measurement in place, maybe even reduce healthcare costs. And lastly, Identity Access Project is well positioned to address these outlined demands as well. For example, did you know that people who are chronically homeless face substantially higher morbidity and mortality in terms of physical health, mental health, and also positioning them to access housing and employment and related services is uniquely cost effective. One study demonstrated the impact and tuned it to about $30,000 per patient once housed. So in close, the U.S. healthcare system will continue to face considerable demands that require a complete transformation. What payers and providers are thinking about is how to reduce costs, address the behavioral health care crisis, address social determinants of health and structural racism, and enhance employee and workforce productivity. And no one is better positioned to solve that healthcare candle problem than these 4 organizations. Thank you for your time. So, have the esteemed pleasure, so when Lindsay and I were talking about the 4 organizations, I didn't know all 4, but I did know 2, and I'm pleased to introduce Tide Courtney Edwards, founding director of Ballet After Dark. I will tell you that I got the chance to learn more about Ballet After Dark when I served as a judge with the United Ways of Central Maryland's Changemaker Awards, of which Tide Nicole was a recipient. So proud to introduce her. She's gonna knock your socks off. Tide, over to you.
Actually,
Oh,
we're gonna take
okay.
a 2-minute break.
All right.
We need to fix the live feed to YouTube so that folks online can experience the fullness of everything. So
Okay.
2 quick minutes for a quick tech break.
Okay.
Tide, sorry. Just 2 minutes. Thank you, Denise.
That's what you were resolving.
You want to come? You should come reintroduce Tide. Better come in for you.
I know you are deep in conversation. We have our tech issue solved, and so I'm going to reintroduce Tide so that we can give her just dessert. The mission of Ballet After Dark is to help Black and brown girls and women heal their minds and bodies with trauma-informed somatic interventions, dance therapy, and STEAM therapy programs. With a round of applause, please join me in welcoming Tide Nicole.
Hi, everyone. Ballet After Dark is a nonprofit healing enterprise. This is me. Oh, I'm so cute, y'all. I am a classically trained dancer. I'm a social innovator. I'm a dance entrepreneur, trauma interrupter, overall happy person that has had work mentioned, featured, and streamed on the following platforms and publications. I'm also a rape survivor that has firsthand knowledge of how difficult it is to heal from trauma. I launched Ballet After Dark after recognizing that the type of healing I needed was not accessible to me. One day, I was happy, I was balanced, I was pursuing my dreams, and the next day I'm crawling out of the woods with no idea of how difficult, how long, trying to repair, rebuild, and reprocess a relationship with my mind and body would take me. Ballet After Dark has a mission of providing healing resources to Black and brown girls and youth and women who have been impacted by various levels of trauma and sexual violence. So what is trauma? Trauma can be described as being a deeply distressing and disturbing event that can have long-lasting mental, emotional, and physical impacts on you. Somatic interventions are activities, trainings, and practices that build a deeper connection between the mind and body and encourage healing. We know that 42% of Baltimore children and 56% of Baltimore adults have experienced some form of trauma. Approximately 70% of the world's population has also been impacted by trauma to some extent. We provide resources to Black and brown girls ages 8 Black and brown girls and youth ages 8 to 24 and women impacted by several forms of violence. We have 4 core programs that feature a variety of STEAM interventions and dance therapy. Our Aqua Ballet program includes swimming, CPR, and first aid training. Our Bad Girls Club is led by a NASA engineer and leading sewing educator that teaches STEAM through costume design. We have a Bad Summer Camp, which is a 4-week luxurious experience for Black and brown girls throughout the city. And then lastly, Period, is our comprehensive menstrual and reproductive health education program that we provide to girls throughout the city. A survivor's journey with Ballet After Dark starts with registration, cohort enrollment, and then orientation. We rely on social media ads, radio blasts, email, and strategic referral partnerships for us to be able to resource our survivors. We've created a variety of strategic referral partnerships that also source survivors to us, some of our local partners being the UB Blake Cultural Center and Creative Alliance, while some of our larger international partners would be Brown Girls Do Ballet. Some of our metrics include providing resources up to 200 girls annually, providing comprehensive menstrual resources and education to 1,200 girls annually, and to provide CPR first aid certification, Narcan training, splint and tourniquet training to 100 girls annually. To date, we've provided resources to 7,000 girls and women nationwide with our performances, workshops, and residency programs. We've hosted a total of 200 dance therapy workshops locally. We've distributed 300 period boxes to girls in the community. We've hired 10 youth performers, and we have provided 4 scholarships to youth dancers to be able to continue pursuing their training. We've also created a variety of revenue sources. Speaking engagements, performance contracts. We have 2 fundraising events that are hosted annually, as well as merchandise that's available through our website. Our dance company, Bad Ballet, progressed to the first round of finals in the season 17 of America's Got Talent last year. Our short film, which was produced by Queen Latifah and Procter & Gamble, premiered at the 2019 Tribeca Film Festival. It's had 2 television network premieres on BET and OWN, and it continues to be in festival circulation. It's currently streaming on Discovery+. And our inaugural fundraising events brought in over $20,000 in our first year. To date, we have raised for the fiscal year of 2024, we have raised $183,000 so far. BAD was founded in April 2019, followed by us being awarded our first grant in October 2020. We established our main office just last summer in partnership with UB Blake Cultural Center, and we've received our designated 501c3 status as of January this year. So, what's next? Utilizing technology, we are scaling the resources of Ballet After Dark with a new digital platform called BAD Studios. BAD Studios will provide access to healing for all and not just an option for some. Our two-tiered subscription platform will offer clients basic and premium content subscriptions, tutorials, memberships, as well as merchandise and apparel. Additionally, we'll be able to scale providing menstrual health, reproductive health, and sexual health education to girls and young women in need. So what does this timeline look like to make all of this great stuff happen? Tutorials will begin filming after the new year. We are in desperate need of a break. Once we have completed beta testing, we are preparing for a 2025 platform launch. Compared to competitors, our platform offers trauma-informed resources, interactive comprehensive menstrual education, 24-hour access to our content library, as well as booking options. Our growth plan includes the launch of BAD Studios in 2025, followed by the wide release of the BAD Girls Bible, which is an illustrated resource guide for girls that helps them navigate bodily changes, puberty. It's an 8-volume coloring book. Followed by that, we will be launching a fellowship program for mental health providers who are interested in implementing movement and trauma-informed somatics into their practice. Then, very, very ambitiously, we are planning for the Ballet After Dark stage production. So, what do we need from you? Our ask is $100,000 to support operations. We need $40,000 to support salaries, while you can see the breakdown here would also go towards production costs, the creation of more of our community outreach bad boxes, as well as facilities rental. Once again, my name is Tide Courtney, and if you're interested in taking a leap into the future of healing with dance with me, please reach out. Thank you.
Just go back, I'll call you back. So I should have made a note of this earlier. Format changed for this year. Last year, you were allowed to ask questions after every single entrepreneur, which made it a very much an all-day event with 3 breakout rooms. To consolidate this year, we're gonna have these themes present back to back, take all your notes, and then we're gonna bring them all back, and then the idea is you ask all the questions at one time of all of them. In their pitches also, you will see it's a little lighter on for the traditional investors in the room, unit costs and break-even numbers and all those things, because it's hard to communicate on in 6 minutes. But that's fair game. You can ask those questions when they come up here and thinking about how the financials of their growth strategy really make sense, given how much they're asking for. So feel free to think about those questions too, because the questions you ask can be individually targeted or as a group, as a cluster. Make sense? All right, so who's next? Oh, next, we're going to have Heart Vision come up. I'm probably not going to do them justice in introducing them, but they are very good at introducing themselves. So Heart Vision, please come up here and tell us about yourself.
Good morning. Good morning, visionaries. That wasn't good enough. I know I'm in a room full of visionaries. Good morning, visionaries. Good morning. My name is Tyron Harper. This is April Harper, and we're the co-founders of Heart Vision, a social enterprise based right here in Baltimore.
All right, so before we get started, we would like some crowd participation. So raise your hand if you currently suffer from chronic pain.
And I also want to ask you, keep your hands raised, but raise your hand if maybe you don't suffer from chronic pain, but you know someone personally that does, or maybe you're a caregiver. Wow. Like most of you guys, April and I both suffer from chronic pain.
So I have endometriosis and Tyron has fibromyalgia, and there's no cure for our current disease. And just to give you a background about us, I spent over 10 years in the banking industry, and Tyron spent over 10 years in the human service industry.
Yes. Our frustration was that most products that were on the market already were full of toxins. A lot of them didn't address our issues. A lot of them, if you had a skincare product, it only addressed skincare, it didn't address pain. What we knew was, oh, here we go. What we knew was that we had to start something that wasn't there. So this was birthed out, Heart Vision was birthed out of innovation and necessity. We have plant-based and mineral-infused body care for everyone. Did you know that each year Americans spend over $570 billion in healthcare, and this is related to chronic pain? Let me tell you what we do and how we do it. So our key resource is our manufacturing partner, and what they simply do is they help us with streamlining our production. Our customers are people who wish to manage anxiety and stress, people with skin ailments, and those who already use this type of product, but they want to move to a more sustainable plant-based option. Our sales channels is our local markets, our e-commerce, and our partnership engagements. If you follow me to the bottom, our distribution partners are the hospitality industry, government agencies, and school systems. What sets us apart? We have exclusive formulas. We have quality products, and we also are sustainable. So not only do we care about the community, the environment, but we care about the people who live here as well. Our unique insight is that we have unique insight when it comes to the community and the people that we serve in the community. Here's a list of our partnerships. Some of them you may know. I'll focus on about 3 of them. GoDaddy is one that we're truly, truly excited about. We were featured in their documentary last year, Made in America, but they also host our website, our in-person sales, and then also Innovation Works. Super excited about them because not only do we get a part of their mentor network, but they also help us with making an impact in the communities that we serve. Our potential partners is Clean the World. Super excited about this because Clean the World takes used soap from hotels, make them new, and they give them to third world countries who have children dying from not having soap. So having diseases because you just don't have soap doesn't make sense. And also Grass Baltimore. When I told you about us being sustainable, our customers always say, what can I do with the jars when I'm done with it? We didn't know what they can do with them. Now we have Grass Baltimore who can actually recycle our jars and do some great stuff with it. That's the end of my part of the presentation, and now I'm going to bring up April Harper, who's going to talk about Heart Vision's growth.
All right, so here's a snapshot of our growth timeline. So in 2022, we were making products at home and going to vendor events 6 days a week, which was a lot of wear and tear on our bodies and our mental and physical health. Currently, we're located at Lexington Market. We're also in partnership with our manufacturing partner, so we can pretty much produce our product at a higher volume with consistent formulations. All right, so in 23, we established a partnership with the Spring Hill Suites Marriotts, and we're planning to grow that relationship as well, along with other hospitality partners. So in 2024, we are on track to launching our Wellness on Wheels, and I'll get into that in just a bit with more detail. All right, so here's a snapshot of our growth. So in 2022, we were just under 65,000 in revenue, and then we also doubled that number this year and on track to moving forward with our growing partnerships as well. All right, so I talked about the Wellness on Wheels, and this is why it's important. We're going to be pulling up at festivals. We're going to be pulling up at hospitals, meeting you where you are. So in corporations, schools, and also residents as well. All right, so we're asking for $165,000. To the left is going to be the debt investment of the vehicle, and then to the right of the screen is going to be in grants. And here is one of our feedbacks from Baltimore City school systems. So Principal Freeman actually highlighted that self-care matters, teachers matter, and he partnered with us to provide self-care products for his teachers, welcoming them back with the school year. And some people you may know and some you may not, but this is a snapshot in Lexington Market and as well as our vendor event. This is a peek of our Wellness on Wheels. As you can see, nice and cozy for your mental and physical well-being at corporations, festivals and things like that. All right, so let's keep the connection going. Pull out your phones, scan our lovely QR code, and let's stay connected.
Remember, self-care isn't selfish, it's essential. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyra and April. We are going to shift next to Amani Nicole Wellness, Nick Sweeney. Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, we are going to switch now to Amani Nicole Wellness, presented by Nick Sweeney. She has a lot of energy.
Okay. Wow, good morning. I was going to start out with quite a few quotes, but Dr. Ramjohn mentioned everything that I'm going to mention all over again. But so grateful to be here. I'm Nick Sweeney. I'm the founder and CEO of Amani Nicole Wellness. We happen to be the only holistic wellness spa in the U.S. with an innovative approach to helping women reduce the impact of chronic illnesses and a preventative health integration for women with disabilities and those who live in under-resourced communities. We do this with an approach that we call Beautifully Well. I also need to mention that I am a girl mom to Amani and Nicole. I feel like I'm aging backwards because they are 27 and 23 years old. But like most moms, like many of our clients who face health challenges from time to time, we're looking for an innovative solution that meets us where we are. And I firsthand know through personal health challenges, including the most recent, thriving beautifully in my breast cancer survivorship. But what has helped to propel me to where I am today is our approach incorporates sauna therapy, lifestyle medicine, and evidence-based health education, more specifically with a focus on type 2 diabetes because of its adverse impact on Black and brown communities. Diabetes is an epidemic, and what's interesting about this epidemic, we know, as was mentioned, that 71% of deaths worldwide are caused by preventable illnesses. Diabetes in the state of Maryland is the 6th leading cause of death, but we know that that condition is also linked to other chronic conditions we're very familiar with, like hypertension, heart disease. Our goal is to be the solution to this problem. We know there are interventions that exist, but if they could do it all alone, we would not have the stats that we have today. Like 1 out of 3 adult Americans have prediabetes. And if prevention doesn't take place right away, it is projected that by the year 2050, 1 out of 3 adult Americans will be diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. At Amani Nicole Wellness, we look at the barrier of stress. We see stress as a barrier. If I don't feel good, I'm not eating broccoli. If I don't feel good, I'm not running to the gym. So we dive a little deeper into stress being that barrier, while also making sure that our programs are actually meeting them where they are. Our programs have the cultural competency that our clients need. We are the solution because it is a client-centered approach. It is a holistic approach where we're able to look at the woman as a whole, and it is affordable for a number of reasons, and I'm going to get into that as we move along. It is called Beautifully Well, our lifestyle intervention, and we're able to do this with 2 programs. Our primary one, you'll hear about both this morning, but Beautifully Snatched, we have since made a few changes to our programs. But this is where our program also includes what we call lifestyle medicine, so that we're able to not just be the fancy spa, but we're incorporating nutrition from a holistic perspective to help women not only feel good, but be able to make these small sustainable changes. So you're looking at a behavior change theory in everything that we do. But let's talk about the science of Beautifully Well. There's a lot on this page, but I'll break it down. So when we say we meet our clients where we are, we know that we all know exactly what it means to be healthy. We understand healthier options versus not so healthy options. But what stands in the way is our ability to make time and make room for it. Well, our client here came to us with the desire to do well, but needed a plan to help get her there. We'll say she went from 0 to 180 in her health habits. She started with us late April, you might as well say May, at 246 pounds. By December, early December, she was down to 201 pounds, so a 45-pound weight loss. And what's exciting about that weight loss is that her body fat percentage went from 46 to 36, and we're still going down. So what helped her reach this point? One, our SPA program integrates the clinical benefits of sauna therapy, infrared therapy to be exact. Each week, twice a week, she would come in for her sauna therapy sessions, which is also passive exercise and amazing for emotional wellness because of the endorphin release. Well, once she's feeling good, 30 days later, now she's becoming more mindful about her food. 2 months later, she not only joined the gym, but decided to get a personal trainer who she's working out with twice a week. These changes are sustainable, and to this day, she is still 50 pounds down a year later. Just like our client pictured, we have supported over 500 women through our programs, and they have developed these healthier habits on a more sustainable way, right? Gradual changes based on where they are. But let's talk prevention. Our diabetes prevention program is a CDC-recognized program, and we are delighted that we have reached the highest recognition, which is 4+ recognition, which simply means that not only are we able to deliver a program, we're able to retain participants in it. To date, we are delivering this program in 3 languages, English, Spanish, being the first prevention program in the state of Maryland to launch for the Hispanic Latino community, and our American Sign Language program is the first and only of its kind in the United States. The beauty of this program is that it is first designed to help reduce the risk of a type 2 diabetes diagnosis. There is a limited window when we're diagnosed with prediabetes or pregnant women are diagnosed with gestational diabetes to turn the dial so that they can continue to decrease the risk of type 2. How do we do it? It is a virtual program with 26 sessions. And these programs are covered by both Medicaid and Medicare, which accounts for nearly 70% of the cost of health care in the state of Maryland. But our partners not only demonstrate our ability to get this done, we'll talk a little bit more about why we're here today, and that is to really leverage these partners who are on board with us so that we can expand our programs to more. Our business model is twofold. Yes, we are a spa, and we support women who have the ability and disposable income. This is the income generator for us, and that is Beautifully Snatched, our proven sauna program to naturally reduce the waistline, and it's not all cosmetic. It is really that we know the difference. Our waist sides tells a lot about where we are with our health. So we choose to focus in that area with the focus on body fat percentage reduction. And then comes the Beautifully Well Lifestyle Program, which is our CDC-recognized diabetes prevention program, which reimburses up to $670 per participant over the course of a year. And our future program, still there, waiting to launch, is the Diabetes Self-Management Program, because we know the number of women diagnosed with type 2 diabetes in Baltimore alone is staggering, and these ladies need our support. We opened our doors late 2019, then lies the pandemic, and wow, at least we're still here today, thanks to programs like Innovation Works and Ignite Capital. We're in a period where it is time for us to pivot. We have had to make some major adjustments and view ourselves just as the state of Maryland does. We are a preventative health clinic. We're a spa for the sake of behavior change, but we're a clinic. And our goal is to position ourselves from a financial perspective to onboard the proper qualified candidates that can help us to scale properly and with compliance at the height of a priority. We are looking to license our American Sign Language Prevention Program. As I mentioned, it is the only one in the country, and thanks to Gallaudet University, we have almost finished the curriculum. We'll start to pilot our new ASL curriculum in 2024, and then look at opportunities to connect with the CDC so that we're able to support the over 2,000 local health departments throughout the country to give them access so that the deaf and hard of hearing can have access. The goal of our prevention program by 2025 is to graduate 1,000 patients, and I know that we can with the support of our partners. But let's talk community for a moment. One advantage that we have over healthcare is that we are boots on the ground. We're in the community. Our schools are hubs for resources. We want to not only be there collecting information on the parents and the children, we want to be there as a wellness resource. We have been unofficially since 2011, but now is the time for us to actually become hubs within 3 Baltimore City public schools, primarily on the west side of Baltimore, so that we're not only touching the community, but we're supporting our teachers as well. Our funding needs are $200K. What that $200K will do for us is help us to continue to look for ways to scale the diabetes program, of course, being able to onboard 2 qualified professionals, one being a medical office administrator. We're looking for community outreach support. We're happy with our initiative with Morgan State University Public Health master and doctorate students who are able to support our community outreach initiatives, but we need funding so that we're not just showing up at tables, but that we have the manpower, the capacity to do more than just collect an interested person. And of course, the school wellness program that we're excited about, where we'll be able to take some elements of Amani Nicole Wellness and incorporate it within 3 public or charter schools. We make healthy beautiful because we know that every woman is already beautiful. Our goal is to help her to become beautifully well. Thank you.
Burning with so many questions. All right, for the final participant in this group, we'd love to invite Mary Beth Moran with Identity Access Project. So while we're bringing up Mary Beth, please continue to write down your questions. We're gonna have like 5 minutes to really collect questions so we can get to lunch. So the more you jot down now, the more we don't have to wait till later. Thank you. Mary Beth.
All right, good morning. My name is Mary Beth Moran. I'm the Executive Director and founder of Identity Access Project. Identity Access Project removes the barrier of ID, providing opportunities to those in need. Do you remember your first day of school, or perhaps most recently, your kid's first day a couple weeks ago? How about your first job, or your first lease, or the purchase of your first home? How about when you accessed medical care when you needed it most? All of these opportunities you need a photo ID for. I'm going to tell you a quick story about one of our recent clients. He lost all of his documents, paper and plastic, in a house fire during the pandemic. He spent some time in jail because he could not pay his child support. He could not get a job to pay his child support because he did not have a photo ID. He tried over 9 times to get his photo ID over the course of 2 years. Upon finding Identity Access Project, we help him receive his ID in 1 month. His goal, upon receiving his ID, was to gain employment, to increase his financial stability. The problem, 26 million people in the US, that's about 11% of the US adult population, are missing their photo ID. 50% of people experiencing homelessness do not have a photo ID and cannot fully participate in society. There's a lack of national attention. I like to say this problem isn't obvious until it's obvious. Down at tabling, I'm going to ask you, when's the last time you used your photo ID? It was probably within the last week or so. There's also a lack of national attention. There's only 5 of us in this space that are solely dedicated to doing this work. It's also extremely time consuming and complex. Remember that gentleman? He tried 9 times on his own and it still didn't work. Agencies and clients are stuck and they need help removing this barrier so they can do the important work of housing and employment and other areas that are affecting our communities. The solution, IEP is only one-stop shop in Baltimore. We're a 50-state solution. We manage the process, and ultimately we give organizations back time, money, and resources. How do we work? We partner with organizations that are already facing these barriers, and they pay us so we can manage this complex process for them, so clients move forward quicker, and organizations get back time, money, and resources, and ultimately, they're better able to execute on their mission statements. Agency impact, what are we seeing? We're seeing productivity. Staff is getting over 30 to 50% of their time back. I want to zoom in on productivity for a moment. This is where Identity Access Project was born. For the past 10 years, I've been in workforce development, homeless services in Baltimore City across many nonprofits. Our #1 barrier to our goals of employment and housing was the problem of ID. We could not hit our goals without focusing on ID. That's where the skill set was born. And we were able to, once we focused on these problems, we were able to move our clients forward and our organizations were better to have better agency impact. Money, staff, salaries, they're going to this time. We're able to alleviate that financial burden and we're seeing impact. Doubling our clients who are able to receive these documents, hitting a segment out of people who are born out of state. We're the only place in Maryland that can help with out-of-state birth certificates, and expanding those services. What were you previously using that time and money on? Now, organizations are able to spend it on diabetes prevention, eviction prevention, and other expanding programs, which adds up to more mission alignment. What are we doing in the community? Since January 1, we've served over 1,000 documents here in Baltimore City alone. Assuming that 20% success rate, that's 20% of people who get a photo ID, use it for what they say they're going to do, we can claim a over $1.5 million ROI. So where are we at today and where are we going? We have 1 employee and 1 intern. We're in Baltimore City. Our revenue comes from 4 contracts and 1 foundation, and we're doing incredible work. But we know we're the solution to really fix this problem. We are looking at bringing on 2 new contracts that are already lined up through the Mayor's Office of Homeless Services, and those 2 new contracts will allow us to hire part-time staff. The staff will be able to bring on these contracts and really execute our contracts at home so that I can free up myself to execute on our strategic planning. If you're excited about IEP and where we're going, there are many ways to inject capital and brilliance. There's a lot of expertise in this room. Our immediate hurdle is that part-time hire, but we're really looking in the outer years to build a hotline, to expand our footprint out of Baltimore City, to expand regionally. We've already done the work. We know where we need to go. And we really want to create a unique revenue stream of making some professional development trainings so that we can have greater impact and greater reach while also bringing in a new revenue stream. Today, we're asking for a $21,000 contract advancement. Those dollars are already written into our 2 contracts that we lined up for 2024. We love working with the city. We love working with the mayor's office. The only catch is we're paid about 6 to 8 months behind monthly. We need the cash flow so that we can pay an employee on time and make the significant impact. What is this going to do? We're going to bring on an additional 1,200 individuals who need document services. We'll be able to bring in 5 new partners, and that same success rate of only 20%, I do believe it's higher, will have an over $3.5 million ROI in our community. To close, this was one of our recent clients at our MVA Partnership Day. I feel like an alien without my ID. I didn't feel complete. I wanted to get a job and do better, but I was stuck. Our clients are stuck. Our organizations are stuck. Our city is stuck. This is a Baltimore-born solution that can be fixed today. Thank you.
So I'm going to 5 minutes to jot down your questions, your thoughts. That's a lot of folks that are going to come back up here, so I know you probably have a lot of different questions. We will try to organize them the best that we can, both directly to the entrepreneurs or as a cluster.
As your questions are done, just raise your hand. Somebody will grab them. It gives me time to organize the cards before we get going. Thank you. No, up here. All right. Yeah. Got it. Any more questions? We'd like to get started in the next minute or two. Any more questions? Look to see those cards up. Just know that your questions at this point are between us and lunch. No pressure. I thought you were coming up. All right. So we have the entrepreneurs back up. We also have Dr. Destiny up there as well, because there are going to be some sector implication questions that she may be able to pick up on. So I will ask a question that was asked of one person, but I will ask it of everyone. And okay, they got mics to share? All right. And this is a question I think every entrepreneur is wrestling with, because we are also wrestling with it. How do you currently measure your impact? Or what opportunities exist for you in the future, and how you think about how you measure your social impact?
Well, we currently use surveys and polls to measure our impact, but one other thing that we've done is develop a partnership with the Threads Lab of Johns Hopkins University. And the nurse practitioner that leads the program is supporting us to develop formal evaluations for our cohorts. So that is a few of the ways that we are measuring how we are providing resources to our community and what our retention looks like also.
We measure impact with making sure we're tracking our number of documents, number of clients, and then in terms of agencies, we reserved a grant last year from the Bloomberg Health Institute to really do that time cost analysis. So that's where that 30 to 50% number came from. So yeah, we do a great job of tracking what's in front of us, and we're continuing to work with Hopkins to really look at our impact in reducing recidivism, reducing homelessness, reducing unemployment, because we know we are impacting that space, and we're really working hard on making sure how we can figure out where IEP plugs into that.
And for us, this may be a little bit easier because we have to report to the CDC, Medicaid and Medicare, so there are systems already in place for that. But what we have done is invested in software to help us stay on track of how many patient referrals, how many referrals are coming in from other sources. And then in terms of what are they doing in terms of behavior change, of weight loss, we have metrics in place and software in place that helps us to measure that so that we're able to submit reporting that becomes evaluated as well. In terms of the SPA, with that program, we use data, and that is one of the reasons why we want to leverage our partnership with Morgan State University, some research analysts, to help us look deeper at the data that we're capturing from our our clients who are coming into the SPA.
And for us, it's a little bit different. We measure our impact by sending out surveys and getting our feedback through our clients, but also within the school systems, and measuring the impact on how our products help at the overall wellness level with educators.
And I'm going to ask a different question here, and maybe Destiny, there's maybe some contextual element here, but also would love for the entrepreneurs to answer the question I'm going to ask. Beyond impact, when the healthcare space, right, how do you think about the role of regulation as it relates to the impact that you are believing your services and products are providing? Like, how much of that is a factor in how a Care First would think about that? Because I will tell you, one of the hardest things for social entrepreneurs is figuring out which impact makes the right sense for the right person, right? So it's always going to be a tricky question, but we'll have to Destiny from a context standpoint, and then from a regulatory standpoint, work our way back down and think about, do you have any regulatory hurdles as entrepreneurs as you're thinking about the impact you want to make from a product and a service delivery standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, maybe behind banking and energy, healthcare is obviously a highly regulated industry. I think our core, we go back to our mission, right? Affordability, equity, quality, and access. And so under each...
Okay, yeah, I figured as much.
Hello?
Yeah, there
Is
you
that
go.
better? Okay. We go back to our mission: affordability, equity, quality, certainly safety emerges there, and access. And so underneath each of those pillars, we have regulatory agencies, NCQA, HEDIS, and others that have standards. I think what I find most promising, particularly in a post-pandemic environment, post-racial reckoning that America is doing yet again in 2020, we see health equity becoming increasingly a part of that, and environmental sustainability and governance goals being a part of those regulations. NCQA, we are going currently, all healthcare institutions are currently going through a healthcare accreditation, a re-accreditation process for health equity, looking at things like culturally and linguistically appropriate services. Are we measuring, for example, disparities today? I will say that payers have historically had a blockage, right? The provider is the one who collects that information. And so we can talk and dance and all day long about wanting to eliminate health disparities, but if we don't collect that information, you can't manage what you don't measure. So we are in the process today of collecting both self-ID and member-reported data around race, ethnic language, around socioeconomic status, SOGI, and other characteristics, so that we can then measure those disparities and plan the appropriate interventions. I think ESG has the same level for corporations, regardless of whether you're in healthcare or not. We've got to think more critically. We have a global crisis in climate, and so the way, I really loved hearing about the sustainability practices and approaches there. So some of this is not just, are we planning for today and next year, but are we creating a better future 7 generations down the line? And sustainability allows us to accomplish that. We're looking at, our real estate workforce strategy, right? Encouraging folks to stay home, ensuring that we are keeping folks off the road. I think the state of Maryland and the governor, Leave No One Behind, has really done, I think, some remarkable things around incentivizing the purchase of EVs and more. So I think that this is not just a healthcare issue, that health and well-being is a responsibility of a range of institutional actors, and we shouldn't wait for the regulatory agencies to sort of do the stick. We need to really be leading and look more at carrots and upstream approaches.
It's a very good, different way of looking at it, not from the regulatory side, but from how we build up to catch up, essentially. So for the entrepreneurs, if you have a quick response to are there regulatory concerns for the things you're doing and what you're trying to accomplish? If so, how are you managing that? If not, it's okay to say no. Nick?
I'll hop in real quick. Our Medicare prevention program is only 1 out of 4 in Baltimore City. So that just tells you that there are a lot of providers that could do more, but they choose not to because of how regulated and how much compliance goes into Medicare, and yet there's a huge need. So for us, again, it goes back to the pitch, just making sure that we also have people who can focus on compliance to help us navigate that, because it is heavily compliant. And then at the same time, things are always changing in the healthcare space, so then it's making time to stay up to date with all of the changes, because as fast as we get these approvals is as quickly as they can be taken away.
Got it. Anyone else?
I think for Ballet After Dark, one of the larger issues that we are faced with is that sourcing dance therapists is incredibly hard. There are 6 universities throughout the country that offer a dance therapy master's program that offers a track for individuals who were professional performers transitioning into clinical space. It's very, very difficult. Sarah Lawrence is the nearest university. The one certified dance therapist that we had from Sarah Lawrence University also happened to be a student of mine since she was 15. I watched her graduate high school, go to college, try to get dance jobs, not get dance jobs, try to get dance therapy jobs, not get dance therapy jobs, until there was a space created for her to actually thrive as a dance therapist. So one of the things that we're doing to combat that is by providing sponsorship opportunities to young dancers, professional performers who do have their bachelor's degree with an interest in continued education. So if I can't find the dance therapist, I'm not a dance therapist. I'm a survivor with firsthand knowledge of how all of these things around me can help me and other people heal. But if I can't find the dance therapist, if I can't hire the dance therapist, then I have to make the dance therapist. So instead of me running into constant blocks with the American Dance Therapy Association, I am just going to create the curriculum that's needed for the healing that I've created to continue to scale.
Thank you for that. Anybody else? I can talk more at the table. Okay, all right. So for more nuanced answers during lunchtime, they have tables set up downstairs. You can go ask very specific individual questions if you don't get to them. I will go to Mary Beth real quickly. I think we talked about this before you got here, and then I figured some other people would pick up on it. It's like, you're only asking for $21,000. That's crazy, right? But the question is, why only 21 when you're really saving the system, right? But maybe behind that really is like, what does the future growth look like? And where are you sitting today? Why? So you basically ask what you need now, but what does the future look like for you? Staffing, systems, all that stuff.
So as I said, our immediate hurdle is just that $21,000 so we can get that staff member in the door. Our partner site, the Franciscan Center that I'm at, once a week, they're splitting the other portion of that salary. So it's really a full-time hire with those dollars lined up in the city's contract. We need that staff in the door just so we can maintain our current contracts and get out of this flat impact. We are having, right now, 1,500 documents a year. We are over break-even financials, but I am managing all of the contracts by myself. And without getting someone in the door that can manage these contracts, we cannot grow. And a main part, again, I'm from the nonprofit world, I haven't had the time or the introductions to really meet with the foundation world. And so we really want to be responsible with this debt and this loan where we know we can repay $21,000, the money is already there. So that's our very small hurdle. But where we're going, we are ready to build a hotline. The pandemic really helped us with that. We were a hotline model during the pandemic. We know how to run it. And that will allow us to move out of Baltimore City simply on the telephone. And then where we're going after that, we need about 1 to 2 contracts out of Baltimore City to sustain an employee to serve in Maryland. And there's only 5 of us in this space across the country. And their model down in Arizona, they're at the Homeless ID Project. They recently launched a program focused on recidivism, and then a second program where they're training the trainer model. So that's where we're going in a couple years after we expand out of Baltimore, expand to the rest of Maryland, is how do we train other overwhelmed agencies how to do our work, trade our work or material, so that we can have greater impact and greater reach to be able to do this. And then we've done our research. That's what I was going to talk about, Jay, with some regulations. We know where we want to go next based on need in other states, and we know where low barrier moves are. So that immediate hurdle, I still feel like $21,000 is a lot, is, as a social worker by trade, is to get that part-time staff, really full-time staff in the door to execute those contracts so that we can strategically move into the county next year and then out of state in the next few. Thanks.
I don't want to put the Ignite Capital Investment Committee on the hook right now. So it's fair to say Mary Beth just completed our accelerator along with a broader cohort. There's a lot in the financial model that's currently being worked out. This is a short-term hurdle that I think Ignite Capital can help take care of, but it's really about the long-term vision, right? The long-term vision will require a lot more than $21,000, so the beg for you is to buy into that vision now. And the $21,000 might seem small, but the ability to get the next contract and the next contract is probably a bigger hurdle, and you could probably use your help there because then the money can follow after that, right? So that's that. There's a question for Bad Studios, but I think there's another question that actually applies to everyone because you all in some way, shape, or form mentioned schools, I think, maybe minus Mary Beth. Do you currently have any school contracts relationships, and what is your strategy, or how are you feeling about expanding into schools, especially Baltimore City schools?
I've had experience with the school system over the years. One of the most discouraging things is that to become a vendor for the city school system, it is an incredibly long process. I'm always going to be open to any opportunity that allows for us to bring the resources to those in need.
But right now we have partnerships with Baltimore County Public School System, Montgomery County Public Schools. We work with Morgan State University, and Newtown, which is a performing arts magnet school in Owens Mills also. We're in the process of exploring relationships with the Baltimore Design School because of the new STEAM therapy cohort that we've just launched, as well as Baltimore School for the Arts, which I've graduated from. So we're in the systems. We're doing it. We out here.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Yeah, so we're currently a vendor with Baltimore City Public Schools, and it's a pool basically where principals can go in, pull us, and get services or products from us. Thank you. And we're excited about just teaching principals how to teach teachers how to pour back into themselves. So I feel like if the teachers are good, the students will be good, and the generations to come will be even better. I'm a former teacher, so I understand the importance of self-care, and when I was teaching, it wasn't an option. It was just like, get this stuff done, teach these kids, go home, do your stuff, come back and do the same thing again. So it's it's a passion for me, and it's very important to pour back into teachers. Not only are they not getting paid enough, but they're not getting enough wellness. So our mission is corporate wellness.
Yeah. So there's this element of like just allowing institutions to provide products and services to their employees as a way of extending gratitude so they can become, obviously more healthier employees.
Yes, because we had like wellness Wednesdays in the schools, but it was like do personal development for half of the day and then you get off for half the day, but you got errands to run. It's really not wellness. So being very strategic about giving people wellness, like us pulling up to the school with sound therapy and music therapy and products and foot soaks and stuff like that. So yeah.
Or pulling up to our office
or your office, or your house, or your baby shower, or your barbecue.
Okay. Anyone else?
Sorry. I just wanted to add as well, besides Baltimore City Schools, just pouring back into the college students. We're on a college campus, and think about how stressful it is for midterms and actually getting started, being away from your family. And what we've noticed with our customers, they DM'd us and then also messaged us and met us where we were and said, hey, my kid is in college in New Orleans, and I need to give her a product because the soap sucked there, and she has really no options, but she has skincare issues, which was eczema at the time. And we were able to guide that parent in the right direction, and she's on a monthly rolling basis to send her daughter self-care needs to address her skin ailments. So not only are we in partnership with Baltimore City School Systems, but we aim to take our wellness on wheels on the road, park at Coppin, park at Morgan, and different facilities to offer that wellness to the students, but also to the staff, because the professors need it as well.
And really quickly, I was just going to add, we started out with the fitness program back in 2011 in Baltimore City Schools, so we actually partnered with them to do after-school programming. And just before the pandemic, we had launched our nutrition, our summer and after-school program with Baltimore City Schools. So we just need to go back and navigate those resources and connect with the Wellness Committee, because Baltimore City Schools has a whole wellness initiative for teachers and students.
Got it. And so I heard other opportunities for innovation in some of the things. I'm just going to pull out a few themes. I'm not going to beat up on the school system because I know there are other systems also having lovely challenges. So one, you talked about the idea of even getting into the school system as a vendor and how challenging that process could be, which could be a great opportunity for entrepreneurs in this city, considering the spend that the school system has and the opportunities that it has as well. So access to the system and just the challenges is one big one. I would imagine the school system is not by themselves. It's probably a bunch of others. And then when you actually get in the system, right, the ability to promote your offerings to the folks who will actually spend the dollar, because it's not always the system itself. It's the school principal, right? It's the district leader. Right, and how do you actually get face-to-face with those folks to be able to offer your resources? And then on the back end, there's the challenges that we're all know too well facing as a city and as a state all of a sudden, the idea of your net 90 turning into a net 360, right? And you can't run a business with a weak balance sheet because you have a bunch of receivables that you can't collect, right? So creative financing that meets entrepreneurs where they are then becomes incredibly important. because you can't go put money on a credit card. You got to start paying back next month at an 18% interest rate when you're already barely breaking even and selling to the system to begin with, right? So just these levels of, or just hurdles and challenges are things you have to wake up and deal with every day when we all imagine a B2B sales. It's probably one of the best ways to grow. But there are so many challenges. And I remember Marvin admit that much didn't say this earlier. One of the questions like, you switched from B2C to B2B. Great market opportunity. He goes, yeah, that too. But dealing with the customer calls, one customer at a time, was also challenging. So there are challenges on all sides of the market, right? But we should be able to help from a systemic standpoint address some of these challenges to make their lives a little bit easier and make them more sustainable. I just want to call that out as a theme.
Jay, can I chime in there? Because
yes.
I thought I saw Kurt Summer in the audience somewhere.
He's back there.
Oh, somewhere.
He's hanging out.
Right. So Kurt used to lead some really fantastic work at the BIP.
Mm-hmm.
So a part of this is also certainly kind of ensuring that these wonderful entrepreneurs succeed. But I think there's a role to play for convening institutions and purchasers and procurers in ways that I haven't seen actually since Kurt's leadership, right? That we have the feds, eds, and meds all here purchasing right in our backyard, right in the state of Maryland, but not sort of collaborating or conspiring for success in ways that allow us to establish measurable goals, to set exciting targets, and to do so in ways that meet what is, for many, a shared goal around diverse suppliers. So a part of the role I would challenge us to think about coming out of today is not just the investment in the organizations, but how do we propel anchor institutions to do something dramatically different in ways that will sort of have a rising tide lift all boats.
Thank you for that. No, that's pretty awesome. I'm going to do a quick plug here. I think sometime next week, don't hold me to that because the marketing team may not validate that. We're releasing our strategic plan sometime by the end of this month. And we're very clear about some of the things we need to focus on moving forward. Supporting our entrepreneurs deeply is important. It'll always be important. Connecting them to the neighborhoods where we need to rebuild economies, also critically important. But the other two pieces, we launched Ignite Capital to address the challenges around appropriate stage-based, mission-based capital for social entrepreneurs. The flip side of that is revenue. Borrowing money and getting investments is not going to get you there. Got to be able to sell something, right, and bring in revenue. That's where sustainability comes from. So we are being more intentional around this notion of access to markets and really trying to partner with institutions to figure out how can we use our greatest assets, which includes not just Innovation Works and Ignite Capital, our partners across the ecosystem, to really reduce that burden a little bit, right? So if Destiny, I know Destiny wants to do it, but if Destiny's procurement person is like, this is just extra work, y'all, how do we make that person feel like it's not extra work? And sometimes it might be, hey, take the chance. If it doesn't work, we'll guarantee your contract. Not just invest in them to be able to do it, but what insurance can we provide the person taking a chance? And how do we have those types of conversations? Because ultimately, it's just gonna keep being this gap, right? Folks are like, well, they can't do enough SKUs for us. Well, if you don't invest in me, I would never be able to do enough SKUs for you. And then who's gonna do that middle part? And there are some serious blockages in the system that we really gotta tackle. And we'd love to get partnership in this room across sectors to be able to think about that, because ultimately, you all need to sell something if you're gonna create livable wage jobs, right? And be sustainable financially. On that note, I realize that there's probably 2 more questions I'm not asking, but lunch is important too. So let us break for lunch. Do recognize that the entrepreneurs are gonna eat quickly and then get down to their tables. Feel free to network with each other, get your R&R break, take a walk on campus, get some sunlight, and then talk to the entrepreneurs at the same time. And we'll reconvene you at the time that's listed in your agenda that I don't have in front of me right now. Thank you all. And thank you to the folks on that just sat with us. Thank you. everyone, if you're wondering where the lunch is, it is right in that room right there. Everybody point your finger to where lunch is so you know where you go.
I think so. Quite impressive. The businesses, the types of businesses, the background.
cheesecake. All righty, welcome back, everyone. We're going to get going in about 5 minutes, give some of the scragglers an opportunity to get back in here. Thank you all for being first in your seats. I wish I had cheesecake to give everyone as a gift, but I don't. But thank you. Have a seat. What's the order? All right. Let me go. I'll be right back. All right, let's get going, y'all. I was told that at exactly 2:30, roughly, there will be happy hour and snacks, and I don't want to get in the way of that, too. We are shifting into the last section of today, or the groupings, and we have the folks in the category of technology and manufacturing. Before we hear from the entrepreneurs, we'd like to invite up Dr. Ron Williams, who actually works here at Coppin. Amongst many titles, he leads the entrepreneurship program here. He is the board chair for the Urban Manufacturing Alliance across the country. And if nothing else, you will learn a lot from him about what manufacturing looks like for us today, the potential for tomorrow, locally, nationally, and all that jazz. I'm just going to ask him to come talk and get out of his way.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you, Jay, and welcome to the Eagle's Nest. Welcome to Coppin State University. On a beautiful day, sunshiny, temperate weather outside, but we're glad to welcome you here in this space. I'm just going to say a few words about who we are, what we do here, sort of set the stage for the next conversation, the next presenters in the tech and manufacturing space. But I have been in higher ed, and I saw the little snippet said 35 years. It's actually 37 years. Time moves quickly. So it's been 37 years, and I've been here at Coppin for the past 27 years. The first 10 were spent at Hopkins. I've been here for 27 years. So I've seen the evolution of this institution, and you can look across the campus and see how beautiful it is and what an oasis it is right here in West Baltimore. But that's the culmination of a 123-year history here in Baltimore, and the purpose that we serve in this community, which is really directly related to technology and manufacturing and education. So I've been here that time. You can see that I've served as an interim dean. I pivoted out of the dean's seat and kept some pet projects, and out of that was born the Center for Strategic Entrepreneurship. You see the new building, the College of Business on the corner of North and Warwick. The center is housed on the first floor of that building. Jay mentioned the Urban Manufacturing Alliance, the national convening that's coming October the 10th through the 12th. But all of that is very intentional in terms of who we have been and the position we hold and the purpose we serve in the ecosystem. I'll use that word. In 2019, we released the makerspace, turning makerspaces into greater places. Innovation Works was a part of that study. That was the first time, we were the first HBCU in the country to have a relationship with a community-embedded makerspace. That's important. A lot of academic institutions have makerspaces on their campus, but we were the first to have a relationship with a community-embedded makerspace. That's because we are a very community-centric, community-facing academic institution. We've chosen for ourselves the intersection of manufacturing and entrepreneurship. We not only produced that study, but we also, and you can go to greaterspacesandplaces.com, you can download both of them for free, but the case study of their production of PPE during the pandemic. This study was used to help justify the release of the Maryland Makerspace Pilot Initiative, the $5 million that was just released for the expansion of makerspaces across the state of Maryland. That was a Coppin study. So being a community-facing, community-centric organization, understanding that local production is key to growing wealth, but also to pathways into the manufacturing sector. We're not talking about the GMs. We're not talking about the old Bethlehem Steels. We're talking about local production. We're talking about empowering people, as they do at OpenWorks, democratizing access to tools so that it can be more of an upward movement rather than a top-down. That's what we do. It's important to create broader pathways into that sector. We do that by crossing disciplines. We do that by more inclusive strategies. We do that by that triple helix model that brings in academia, that brings in the private sector, the public sector, but also quadrihelix, the community. The community must be involved. I'm excited for the organizations that are going to present this afternoon because that's where innovation resides. It resides in the hands of those who are entrepreneurial, who have access to the tools, who have the stomach for entrepreneurship, who are willing to brave the ups and downs of the journey, entrepreneurial journey, but also finding the support that they need to grow, scale, and to be sustainable over the course of time. That's how it happens. So not only on a process level, process innovation, but also organizational innovation and carving out their place as they continue to grow. So we are going to present to you this afternoon the Equity Brain Trust, revolutionizing DEI, a different approach, game for good, social impact, esports, future makers, STEAM experiences anywhere. And let me just say something very quickly about STEAM and the interjection of the arts. Wealth building entrepreneurship is a learning enterprise. It's a learning enterprise. Learning is a process. To the extent that we become more learning competent through STEAM, STEM, and those kinds of models, then we're going to be able to advance the economy. And the Lower Company, bamboo toilet paper. How is that for an innovation for you? So I'm looking forward to hearing them for their pitches and how they're making contributions to the economic ecosystem. So let me get out of the way and present to you our organizations as they come to present to you. Thank you very much.
All right, first we're going to have Angel from Equity Brain Trust. Come on down. Again, 4 of them will go back to back, no Q&A in between. Then we'll have them all sit and we'll do Q&A then. Start jotting your questions as you have them because we'll collect all after all 4 have gone.
All right, good afternoon. Again, I'm Angel St. Jean. I'm co-founder and CEO of the Equity Brain Trust. I am here because I want to move the needle on equity in our country. That is a big, hairy, audacious, and very achievable goal. I'm going to spend the next few minutes telling you about how we're doing that and how you can be a part of it. I have spent my career working as an applied researcher, helping organizations use data to improve outcomes for the people that they serve. In 2016, I worked for a nonprofit organization that was going through race, equity, and inclusion training. I raised some data points for them about the experience of Black people who worked there and the people that we served. That information was not received well. The organization retaliated against me and tried to fire me. I had to get a lawyer to protect myself from the retaliation. And while our lawyers was negotiating my separation, the CEO got an award for his courageous race, equity, and inclusion work. That experience showed me that the workshops, the trainings, none of that means anything. Secondly, if that CEO can get an award for his work while they were trying to fire me, there was clearly no standard for what it means for a company to be equitable. And if you don't have a standard, you can't measure yourself, and you can't improve what you don't measure. That's what gave me the idea to create the Equity Brain Trust. Our mission is to help you help your organizations use data to improve outcomes for everybody in our society, not just some. We have made impact measurable. Through the use of technology, we can get companies all over the country to improve impact and move the needle on equity. We can do that. Despite the pushback that we're seeing in society as a whole around diversity and inclusion, we cannot ignore this. This is not a problem that is going away. This affects our companies and it affects us. We can't throw our hands up and say forget about it. So we have to figure out what's the solution. How do we get to a point that companies are actually going to be using the dollars that they're already spending on diversity, equity, inclusion to actually improve outcomes versus doing performative actions? Companies are spending $8 billion a year on DEI, and they're not seeing the results in our society and not seeing the results. We believe that that is because the value proposition for improving diversity, equity, inclusion is not as clear for companies, even though we know that is the right thing to do. So we've been trying to figure out what's the business case? How do we get companies to care about this? What we've decided to do is focus on organizations that have mission as a part of why they exist. So these are organizations, government agencies, nonprofits, hospitals, that they do well when they help the diversity of the people in their community succeed. So we want to show you that by taking a more equitable approach, you can have success in the work that you do in the world. And through that, prove what is that financial return on investment for diversity and inclusion that we can then use to convince the companies who need that as a reason to invest in it. Our software platform, EquiScore BI, collects and structures impact data from companies, their programs, their employees, and their customers. And it provides a report that has insights into what the company is doing well and where they need to focus in order to improve outcomes. We think that by focusing on the top line of a company's goals, that we can convince people that spending money to improve DEI matters and that can have impact on the bottom line later. Right now, what we see in terms of other tech-focused DEI solutions is they're really focusing on the HR side. And I think that's because we haven't really been able to prove the value of DEI beyond diversifying your executive leadership or reducing turnover. So we think that's a key differentiator between everything else in our solution, is that we're helping companies to do what they are designed to do better. We're helping them to see that the success of DEI initiatives is not just the community's goal, but it is a goal for their business. We're helping them to make diversity and inclusion tangible. We're helping it to mean more to the team of people who are making decisions every day that impact the results that companies say that they care about, rather than limiting it to the HR department. Our secret sauce is interest convergence. As we help companies to improve outcomes for women and communities of color, they achieve their goal and we achieve our mission. And this is where you come in. So we have built our platform, we've beta tested it, we have companies that are working with us from around the Maryland area. But right now, we think that we are seeing some progress in this focus around mission-based organizations, and we are really trying to create a repeatable sales process in this vertical. Our strategy is to continue to grow in the local Maryland area, expand out to the DMV, and down the East Coast before we go out west, and really focusing on raising awareness of our brand and our solution by creating proof points of what it looks like when companies take this approach and create equity in terms of intentionality in the way that they work, and to see the outcome so that we can convince more and more companies to take this approach. In the prospectus, you'll see that we ultimately are looking for $750,000. That's our 18-month goal to get us to a point of break even and product market fit. Right now, we're seeking $250,000 to help us create to automate our reporting process and to invest in our go-to-market strategy. Right now, our platform collects all of the data that we need, but I have to essentially put the reports together manually because we're missing some key features to help us automate that. So the resources will allow us to automate this process, which will enable us to serve more companies, and then to hire somebody to help us with our go-to-market strategy around inbound marketing, content creation, et cetera. I am lucky to be working alongside some very committed and dedicated folks. We've built a really great scalable platform, and we believe that we have figured out a path into the market to really change diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we are looking for support from this room to help us get there. As social impact investors, I know that everybody in here shares our vision for a more equitable society. With your support, we can get there. We can get to impact. And we know that we'll have impact because we're going to measure it. Thank you for your time. I look forward to questions later. And we have a sample report downstairs, so if anybody's interested in seeing what does this look like, how could it look for our companies, please come see us or see somebody on our team that's sitting downstairs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angel. Next, we have Dexter Carr from Game for Good. Dexter, come on up.
This button go next, right? All right, cool. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dexter Carr Jr., and I'm a gamer. I've been gaming all of my life. First started with Pokemon, raised from 2K, Call of Duty, all that stuff. But gaming to me is more than just having fun. I made friends from it, long, lasting relationships, connections, learned from it, able to apply some of the skills that I learned in real life in the gaming, even from the game in real life. And even though gaming has a negative stigma, I'm here to hopefully at the end of this create something new, a new perspective to look at it. Now, quick question. How many people in here are parents, grandparents? Maybe you're an educator and you work with kids. Maybe you know people that have kids. And if that's the case, maybe this next slide seems a little bit familiar to you. Whether you've played it, have your kids played it, or spend money on some V-Bucks for your kids to earn some swag so they can show it to their friends. Gaming is a vehicle in this digital age. It is a way in which we connect with each other, connect with the world. It's becoming more and more popular. But with that being said, the question we have to ask ourselves is, how do we reach our youth? A question that a lot of educators, parents, everyone has, even marketers. And how do we do that when a lot of them, 61% of them don't feel engaged, feel they even can engage? 46%, there's a decrease in terms of the distrust in larger institutions, and they spend literally half the waking hours in front of a screen. And that's not just kids. I guarantee you, some people in this room are looking at the screens right now. That's a problem we all face, especially post-COVID. Now, this could be a problem. I see it as an opportunity. Just to give you a scope, just in America alone, over 200 million are identified as being a gamer. People who play video games via an electronic device, phone, computer, console. That's 2/3 of this country. 2 out of 3 people. Out of all adults, 62% are gamers. For kids, that's 76. 3 out of 4 kids, 2 out of 3 adults. and over a week period of time, an average of 12.8 hours. So, how do we reach our kids? Well, we know where they are. We know what they're doing. Instead of trying to create some sort of marketing thing to get them to do something else, why do we meet them where they are? And if they're good at game, why don't they game for good? I see this as an opportunity for myself to help create a new light on how gaming is expressed, how gaming is viewed. It is a vehicle to engage and navigate this new digital environment. And Game for Good is a vehicle to do that. Now, I don't know if anybody here has participated in a charity event, whether it be a participant, a recipient, a beneficiary. But for those who've engaged in marathon-esque charity events, like a walkathon, for example, we took that same concept. If they're going to be playing games, spending time gaming with their friends, we might as well make something of it. And we took the same concept in which, just like how in a walkathon, you pledge how far you want to walk, how many steps you walk. You do that, you get money. Money goes to a cause. It's the same concept for gaming. So the time spent playing video games could be used to help raise money. But we didn't just stop there. Just like how money equals time or time equals money, time is data. Data is information. Information is opportunity. And what we've done, we did not just create a fundraising platform. No, we've created a marketplace, a way to bring together organizations and stakeholders that all win by just doing what they're already doing. Organizations already trying to reach a hard-to-reach market, which is millennials and Gen Z. Well, they're spending marketing dollars already. Instead of having to ask the general public to give them money, why don't we just use the marketing budgets that are already being spent? And on top of that, we're now creating opportunities for, ideally, nonprofits and charities to have a consistent form of financial resources coming in and exposing them to a younger demographic, a way to refresh their donor pool. And on top of that, we've created opportunities to empower our young gamers, not only introducing them to philanthropy, but in a way, get them to be happy that they are doing something that matters to them, while at the same time making a difference. And if you've noticed, there is a younger generation really do care about social impact and have altruistic focuses. Now, over the past 2 years, we have perfected this model. And what we've done is we've did multiple pilots to really understand the Game for Good methodology. And from there, we have proven that not only can we raise money from this, but we could gain an interest and following from it. And just from some organizations you can see here, they have stated how Game for Good has added value to some of their engagements, some of their activities, being able to reach the youth, engage with them better, and create opportunities for people to know more about what they're doing by meeting them where they are. Now, from that, we have created a business model in which, like I said before, that marketplace spans and reaches all spectrums of marketing, so therefore we could engage organizations where they are in all forms. And as you can see, we have a lot of organizations who fit into some of these packages. Now, over this past summer, one of these organizations particularly stood out. They reached out to me after hearing about all the work we've been doing, as our ideology and our creativity. And for those of you who know, it's the NBA. The NBA, they have their own official 2K league, spanning 25 teams, 23 domestically, 2 of them internationally, Mexico and Australia. And with over not only 2 million of their following, as well as over 500 million views in terms of their content, I had an opportunity to show the platform, which is a demo downstairs. We'd love to show everybody here after this. But I showed their president, Brandon Donahue, what this can do. And I'm proud to say that we're moving to the next steps for the NBA to not only game with a purpose, but game for good. Yeah, it's a good clap. There you clap. But with that being said, that comes with needed support. And today what we're asking for is $250K. Cool, $250K. And with that, we're looking to do a 3 to 6 month sprint, focusing on growth, finishing our technology, as well as empowering all of our operations to not only activate the NBA and the 2K League, but as well as some of the other organizations as well. And through that, we have a timeline in which we'll be leveraging all of our B2B relationships to not only grow our user base and a conservative, just being safe, rate up to the end of 2026 to be able to enter our either exit to key organizations such as Meta, YouTube, places that engage in philanthropic activity while pairing it with gaming, or for our Series A. Now, this is the team that has helped me get this far. We have combined experience of working either being a part of the industry or having that philanthropic background. We've done this for 3.5 years, and now we're looking to expand that team even more. And so today, I invite all of you all here. People have asked the question, how do you monetize esports and video gaming? And the answer is you don't. You valuetize it. And you monetize the value that you put into it. That is what we've done here. We've demonstrated that it can be done, and it is being done. And with that, just like with every other organization here, now is your opportunity to join us as we not only game with a purpose, but game for good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dexter. That is super exciting and frightening at the same time. It's really good stuff. So I am going to now invite Matt Barinholtz to come up next and talk about Future Makers. And keep taking notes and asking your questions.
Screens, they're everywhere. So I'm a person that believes in screens too. My name's Matt Barinholtz. I'm a maker, I'm a teacher, I'm a coach. I'm a person who's been involved in playing and learning for years. And I want to tell you a little bit about what it means for a new generation of playing and learning to happen. Future Makers exists for one big reason. We believe that in order for us to grow, and I want you to think of this as littles. This may take a second, so if you need to take a deep breath, I don't think anyone in this room wasn't 11 at some point. Just think about yourself as an 11-year-old. If you need to visualize an important 11-year-old, go ahead and do that. But play is a big, big part of learning. I believe playful engineering is a part of learning. The people that coach us and teach us need to be joyful when they do that. And most importantly, think back to something that you have made that someone else may have kept. Moving head. So Future Makers is a company that focuses on manufacturing joy and learning through something that we call Sparks. We are defining a category, a new category of learning called hands-on social emotional learning, or hands-on SEL. And I'm going to show you how we do it. We have a lot of partners across the country that are doing this with us and because of us. And most importantly, we're building this here in Baltimore. We manufacture all of our products right here in the city. Why would we start a manufacturing company to bring educators and learners joy? This is Isaac. Isaac's teacher loves Isaac because Isaac loves to make stuff. And Isaac loves to make stuff using whatever Isaac can find. And all Isaac's teacher could figure out in this instance was spaghetti and marshmallows. The spaghetti and marshmallow challenge exists all over the place. You may have played with spaghetti and marshmallows, or your littles might have played with spaghetti and marshmallows. But spaghetti and marshmallows isn't really going to go beyond that moment. Isaac has other challenges along with Isaac's classmates. Many, many littles right now are experiencing a level of dysregulation that's higher than ever recorded. That we aren't seeing nearly as much hands-on learning in classrooms than ever before. And most importantly, and this is very frightening, 80% of educators have indicated that they may leave the classroom in the next 2 years. What does spaghetti and marshmallows have to do with solving this massive problem? Well, what if there was a kind of spaghetti and marshmallows that could really make a big difference? What if Isaac was able to make real things with spaghetti and marshmallows? What if Isaac had access to things that could go home? Because spaghetti and marshmallows won't make it through the backpack trip home. And what if Isaac could play together with Isaac's friends in the classroom to learn how to engineer those solutions? We've figured that out. And these are real students who don't play with spaghetti and marshmallows. They're building real things with materials we make. We believe that joyful educators remain educators. We believe that playful engineering solves a big thing that educators are facing, is having to bring social and emotional learning into their classrooms. And we believe that when learners keep, and we're studying this right now, we believe that when learners keep what they make, learning sticks. So we exist to spark playful hands-on learning for future makers. And we do it in a really wonderful way. I love being part of Future Makers because we invent crazy, wonderful hands-on learning materials, which you can stop by and get one of these before you leave today. This is a drawbot. It's a machine that starts out as a flat sheet of materials, but if you start putting it together in whimsical ways, it will stand up, it will wiggle, and it will draw. We make machines that roll. We make machines that build engagement and confidence. We create simple machines that are made of simple materials, but they're all focused on equitable, accessible, and purposeful play. So everyone gets to keep what they make, even if they need to play with them together. It belongs to each one. And most importantly, this. We don't really think about the impact of ownership of materials when students are in a classroom, because we think that we can't afford it. We've made it affordable for classrooms and organizations to bring real materials into their spaces. And last, we believe these are the people that make the big difference. And we want less than 80% of them to not leave. We want them to be here for a long time. The people who choose to do this are school districts all over the United States, a lot of state and local agencies like park districts and library systems. Those folks are our real champions. And we've been working for almost a dozen years as a service agency, but 3 years of focus on manufacturing to serve them. They're a big market. They're everywhere. There's really very few littles that don't end up in school, and there's very few of us that have never visited a library before. All of them use hands-on learning materials every single day. And all of them, most importantly, are looking for screen-free opportunities for learning. So gaming for good is awesome, and playing and learning, connecting, helps that too. So we're working in unusual places, but places that have sort of important names, like in New Orleans, or in Louisville, or most importantly, here in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. And we've done some big stuff. In the last couple of years, we've seen 340,000 units go out the door. That's 340,000 learning hours of hands-on learning that didn't happen before. There are other people that are attempting to do what we're doing, but the thing that limits them is they don't really focus on the joyful, playful, learning to collaborate learning, the social and emotional side of learning. And that's our secret sauce. We sell these in packages. A classroom usually receives 3. Our cost of goods are okay. They could be better. We're looking for some help with that. I'll get to that in a second. But we're doing this well because we're doing it locally. We're making what we sell. So our profit is okay, and I think it's going to get a lot better. This is where we need to be every year. We need to clear almost 15,000 sets of 10 a year, and as of the beginning of this month, we're about a little bit more than 80% of the way there. So we're going to have a decent year this year. So I'm going to invite you to roll with us. I'd love to tell you more about what playful hands-on learning looks like. I'd love to give you some materials. But I'd also love to sort of convince you to really think about this. We're already on the path to do this. We're going to serve 1 million learners by the end of 2025, just going on the path that we're on. But there's more than 1 million learners that really would benefit from hands-on SEL. And we want to reach 5 million. And we think that we can do it. In fact, I know that we can do it. Right now, we're on an okay trajectory. We're really satisfied with how far we've come in just 2 years. But there's this incredible opportunity that's a window that's almost about to close. There's federal dollars that many of our learning agencies are accessing, and they're looking for meaningful ways of utilizing those dollars before they disappear. So now is a great time to help us finish riding that train. We're looking for a total of $385,000. And that's going to, for the most part, help us stand up a bigger, stronger sales and marketing team. It's going to help us build our more manufacturing capacity here in the city, and also help us build some tools that will let teachers more effectively and confidently use our materials. And we're looking for, most importantly, customers. That's the best gift you could give us. The folks that you serve, the folks that you know, please, let's talk about how we could help them. We have contracts that we would love to be able to borrow a little bit against, because like other organizations that have presented today, some districts and government entities are very, very slow to pay. And being able to float those projects is something that we'd like some support with. Most importantly, if you want Sparks, or if you have a teacher or even a little in your life, you can scan that right there, and it'll take you to a form, and you can request a pack of everything that we make. So there's 3 samples that you can get from me downstairs. There's 10 more that come behind that QR code. I look forward to answering any questions that you have later. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt. We have one more to go. I just want to call out that as, especially this last group are speaking to their numbers, do recognize again that there's only so much we can pack into one day. So if you need to learn more about how they're thinking about financing structures, whether it's debt, venture debt, equity, we can get a lot more into that. I'm sure they all have about at least 10 appendix slides besides what they showed you today. That has a lot more information, and we can help coordinate those conversations, or you catch them after this in the social section. Our last but not the least for the day is Nandagi Isa from the Lord Tush Companies, and we'll have you come up and share the amazing things you are doing right here in Baltimore. Tissue paper included.
All right. Let's try this. So there's 2 things that impacted me as a kid that became my biggest influences. One is a story that my mom would tell me about my grandfather in Nigeria, how he had this one outfit that was made with the finest quality material that Earth had to offer, and it lasted for years and years and years. And she would tell me this story every time I try to buy fast fashion. And the second is being knee-deep in creek water as a kid, just getting like really messy, catching crayfish, cooking it, pretending that it was lobster, just like really being in nature. And I think that nature isn't the same today. So I took those two aspects to create the Lure Company. And for the Lure Company, we have two products. We have Lure Tush, which is 100% tree-free bamboo toilet paper. And we have Asachi, which is a shoe that's made from algae and other earth-friendly materials. We help consumers and businesses make environmentally, conscious choices when it comes to purchasing, and we do that while maintaining their sense of style, luxury, and comfort, because I like being comfortable. For every single roll of toilet paper that we make, we save 37 gallons of water comparison to tree paper. And plus, it's getting super hot outside. It was like 100 the other day. Now it's like 60. The hospitality industry contributes to 1% of global carbon emissions. And that seems like a small number, but it's a huge impact. And this is one of the industries that we're targeting. So, where to wipe? So these are like the hotels that we're in across the country, because there's an opportunity in this market. So the hotels are actively trying to, reduce their impact. And we partner with hotels like Hyatt, who says that we're their favorite toilet paper and that we're pretty, and they like working with us. So with them, we are, continually growing our traction. And we prioritize B2B, but we still sell to direct-to-consumer and grocery stores. We've been onboarding new hotel groups who are committed to, making changes, which we added in our projected revenue over the years to come. And these same hotels have been requesting that we create other products like paper towel, tissue boxes, so that we're in the entire hotel and not just in the bathroom. And some of these hotels also have shown interest in carrying Asachi. And speaking of shoes, your shoes are made of plastics, and it takes 40 years for them to decompose. So 41% of consumers are ready to spend more for sustainable footwear. And this number is growing more and more every day. And right now for our shoes, we have 100 pre-orders, and we have stores around the country and Goop ready to sell us online in the retail locations. So our ask is for $500K. Half of that is in PO financing, and the other half is in product development, marketing, awareness, and operations. And for our 3-year roadmap, our goal is to keep expanding in more hotels, get some cool boutiques in Japan to sell the shoes, and just really like overall build ourselves up. And my team, so I'm Nandagi Issa. I have a background in music marketing. I got a double platinum plaque from Warner Records for my efforts. I'm also an ex-Hypebeast employee where I spent most of my early days. And then Luis is our head of wholesale, Lauren is operation, and Jamie, she comes from the gaming industry, and she's head of customer service, because customers sometimes, you gotta, you gotta be able to handle the trolls. But overall, we're really on a mission to create dope stuff and get more people into a healthy, sustainable lifestyle. And I hope you guys can join us along our journey. Thank you. Let me go back to my favorite, no, let's go back to my favorite slide. Okay, there we go.
All righty. Thank you again to every single one of those participants. I am going to give you 5 minutes to converse with your neighbor, gather your thoughts, write down your questions that you may have. We'll collect the cards. The cards should be in your booklet. If you need extra, just raise your hand, we'll find you. And then at that time, we'll bring back everyone to the front and do our last Q&A session. All right? Thank you. 5 minutes. questions. Let's make them really hard questions for these guys. All right, just 2 more minutes, and if we can have the entrepreneurs make their way back. Is Dr. Williams still here? I don't believe so. It's a challenge you're doing on your own campus. You have meetings back to back because you can get to them. Matt, Angel, Nadagi, Dexter. Sorry to sound like a teacher. All right. Are you all ready? All right, let's do this. You all have mics? All right, last round of questions, y'all. Let us first start with, for all of you, as you think about the bold goals that you have set for yourselves, what do you imagine are going to be the major obstacles you're going to face to scale up to your potential?
I guess I could start. So for me, I would like to answer the question focus on 2 different points. Scaling, first point in the beginning, it's more so having that platform built out. So that UX and UI is something, that ease of transition is something that we've seen has been very popular. Even though people love the idea, they love the engagement, they love that experience that they're doing with our platform when they view it. So having that first built out, finishing the back end is one's really important. And then the second thing, what I think is probably most important is, like I was saying before, gaming is very, very popular. And just based upon our research, especially right now, there is a good chance that the popularity of what we're doing, because we're doing it is new, the success can end up being too much of a burden and destroying us. And so being able to adjust rapidly to our scale is going to be very, 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 very important. And doing it in a way that we can still stay ahead of the market, because since we're the first doing this, of course, people are going to try to mimic and have then we're going to have true direct competition, but being able to stay in front enough so that we still have a strong hold in the market. So definitely in the beginning, having the platform built, but during, the limiting factor will be if we're able to stand the test of time and be able to really take the brunt of the rapid scaling that we are anticipating.
So I'm hearing two things: technology build out, and what I would frame as smart, disciplined growth.
Yes.
Okay. Angel?
I think two things. For us, I mean, we're working on a topic that is very challenging. It's unavoidable and it's unworkable, but we have to, get folks to deal with something that's really political in a non-political way, and so, really getting proof points out there to show folks that if you use an approach that centers equity, you can, see the results that you want to see, and that it would be good for business to do that as well. So that's a part of our strategy in terms of getting out there. And then, I don't want to be super duper obvious, but it does need to be said, just in terms of capital, not just, capital in general, but when you don't have the resources you need, you are, I am my salesperson, I am the CEO, I am building my website, I am doing, everything, myself. And so, I'm not scalable, I can't scale in that way. So definitely having, the resources that, go along with the growth that we're proving that we can, have, but resources for, social impact, type company, I think very much needed.
Yeah, makes sense.
Onshoring 30% of our components. The other 70 are being made here, either us or other partners domestically. We'd love to onshore everything.
For us, it's landing larger distributors. So like a US Foods or the equivalent on the West Coast. Like right now we have someone knocking really hard on US Foods' door, but it's getting them to open it and having us build that relationship.
Yeah, okay, got it. I'm gonna go targeted questions because there were some very specific ones here. So I'm just gonna pick someone, answer your question, and move on to the next person, answer their question. Future Maker, is there a particular reason why you only sell packs to educators? What about single user D2C models?
There's phenomenal players in the B2C market. You saw KiwiCo maybe up on the slide. KiwiCo is not truly equitable and accessible in their education offerings. What they offer to schools and organizations is materials that are 2-to-1 or 3-to-1. So right now, we can make the biggest impact with the broadest number of learners directly in the in and out of school time markets. We feel that's our purpose and what we believe in.
Thank you for that. Matt and I already talked about this. As a family who subscribed to KiwiCo, we had a conversation, am I doing the right thing? Can I just buy his instead directly? For Game for Good, I think there's a 30-second answer to this because I think it was just maybe missed in your presentation, but I know there's a clear answer. If your model is a play to give model, essentially, from the gamer standpoint, then how the heck are you making money?
I did shoot that. So the majority of our money comes from our brand activation packages. So as you saw, there are 3 different packages that we have. We either do events for you, the event activation, the marketing aspect, the sponsorship activation, as well as the white label. And that's where we see the bulk of our revenue coming from, as big organizations such as universities or big gaming leagues such as the NBA's 2K League will be people who will fall into that category.
Correct. And there was a follow-up question here, which I think this question just answered. Why you chose to set up as a for-profit and a non-profit due to your mission, if your ideal target market for earned revenue are these big businesses, then likely you need to be a for-profit for that, I'm assuming? Is that your guess?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. I've actually struggled with that for quite some time on what camp I wanted to go in. So originally, we were a company that, when we first started, had nothing to do with this. It was more so we wanted to make kind of like a Dave & Buster's, except specifically for console gaming. There wasn't anything like that in our area, and wanted to make something of that sort. COVID hit, my co-founder left. I had to rethink about what the core of why we want to do it in the first place was. And it was, and the core and our why is to demonstrate the value of gaming beyond entertainment. And now, obviously, you run a business, you need to make money, of course. And I went through the Conscious Venture Lab Accelerator, rounded about conscious capitalism. And how I choose to define it is there is definitely a way to make money by doing good, not make money to do good. And so for me, instead of just going the nonprofit route, I'm choosing to demonstrate that there is a way to be mission focused and have that revenue generating model fueling that.
All right, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Laura Tush, question specifically, not the Laura company, Laura Tush. Is sourcing for you, I guess it can apply to Saatchi as well. Is sourcing for you or sourcing more raw materials a challenge? There are like 3 questions. I'm just asking them all at one time.
Okay.
Is sourcing a challenge? How long does it take for Saatchi the shoes to decompose?
Ooh,
and can you explain why bamboo toilet tissue products are more environmentally friendly than tree tissue?
Okay. All right. All right, let's go one by one.
Yep.
All right. Can you read the first one?
So, I should probably should have done one by one then.
Yeah.
Sourcing raw materials, that a challenge?
It is not a challenge as of September 15th, 2023. Right now, the farms that grow our bamboo are doing great, and everything's okay for now.
Okay, all right. And then can you explain why bamboo toilet tissue products are more environmentally friendly?
It's more environmentally friendly because bamboo is basically grass. So it's just growing. It grows everywhere, but for our purpose, it grows with intention to be turned into toilet paper. Like I said in my slides, it requires less water. It has less effects, and for like adding to the global emissions, it's just overall, I believe, a better product that doesn't harm our environment because we're not cutting down trees. We're just growing grass.
Okay, so we're looking at it. Sorry, one last one. In addition to H2O, the use of water as a benefit, is there a CO2 component to the benefit at all? Do you know?
There is, but I don't have the stat on me right now.
Got
But
it. Okay. We're talking
if you
about
ask
tree
me,
canopies and
Yeah.
all that stuff. I'm sure it's in there somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay. All right. Got it. And for Angel, you did talk about the fact that you're dealing with a rather sensitive topic that folks have to deal with, and you intentionally, seemingly, chose a target market of folks who already have mission at their core. Can you maybe talk a little bit more about like why that is important to you versus just chasing the overall market? Because there are a lot of big spenders who don't necessarily have mission at their core. That may be a target market.
Yeah, and I started off, with my reason, we want to scale equity. I, grew up in a community that was deindustrializing. I grew up in Michigan. My family moved to Michigan and worked in the factories from the South, and our whole life wrapped around plant jobs. And when they went away, in a generation, we saw our community just decimated. The jobs left, the businesses left, and we were real human beings there impacted by these global economic and political decisions. And I wanted to see more for my community. I changed my life to provide a better life for my child, and I look back and see everybody in the community where I grew up, not enough moving out of that situation. And so our goal is to help more people participate in the economy so that we can all have stable lives and be happy. And so our mission is to help bring this equity to the world. 159 million people work somewhere in this country. And so companies represent a biggest opportunity to have impact at scale. And so if we can get companies to make better decisions that have better impacts on our society, that more of our people can succeed. And so mission-based organizations, in theory, care about this. They exist to accomplish the same goals that I have. And so if we can work together with them where there is that interest convergence, then we can prove that there is this financial return on investment in addition to a social return on investment, and convince companies throughout our society to make these kinds of decisions and to see the value proposition and becoming more equitable.
Thank you for that. It seems to me that there's a theme around all of that, around like community and economic development as a North Star. So organizations who are naturally tied to social determinants of health, or they're already thinking that way, it's a lot easier to get them as adapters, essentially, right? Because of the greater,
their success. If and I was talking about the statistic, in the Baltimore metro area, 30% of the population is Black, but Black people only own 4.5% of businesses. And we know that business ownership is tied to wealth creation. And so if we're trying to help more people to improve our city, to deal with social determinants of health, to deal with poverty, crime, joblessness, we have to help more people participate in the economy. And so I think economic development agencies need a better way to help more businesses of color succeed. Yeah. So that's where we're trying to align.
Awesome, thank you for that. I'm going to kind of split the room up for a second, and there are two tech-backed solutions on the back end, right? Game for Good and Equity Brain Trust. I'm going to say this out loud. I want you to add your own narrative, push back, correct me if you want. But what is seemingly clear is that for tech-oriented companies, the system that we have for investing in tech-oriented companies, often in the earlier stages where you need to build that platform, is probably some of the hardest dollars to find. Because you need someone who's going to say, I'm with you for the long haul, not I'm going to wait for you to reach a certain ARR before I then invest in you, right? And I can see a couple of our tech companies in the audience also like, yes, Jay. It just seems to be like a significant gap in the capital market for folks like yourself. Maybe react to that. Like, how much is that a hindrance right now in just your ability to like live out this dream, where it's like I have to build the tech, but folks are finding it hard to invest in the tech versus sales.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. Multiple reasons. So, just breaking it down, first and foremost, you have the argument between the two schools of thought of SaaS, software, and hardware. So, if we're looking at hardware, then depending on the area you're in, okay, Baltimore does have a affinity for manufacturing, especially because it's past, and you have that focus of, especially with medical and tech. So a lot of people, when they say tech, they truly focus on the hardware and the software, not just the software. Even though, funny enough, for those of you who don't know, Baltimore used to be basically the Hollywood of game development. I don't know if any of you guys heard of someone named Sid Meier and Civilization Games. That is a very, very popular, still popular game series, very cult following. And we have a lot of, Baltimore used to have a lot of game developing studios. Now they're in Hunt Valley, but it's one of those things where we have the propensity, especially now, to focus on both the hardware and software. And if it's software, it's something edgy or something that people like buzzwords like the metaverse or AI. And chances are, more than half the time, people use those words, especially investors, they don't really know what that means. And then the assumption then becomes, especially if it's software, that somebody on your team already does software, so you're just building out the platform on your own, and then you're just getting money to scale, when that's not always the case. And so there are a lot of assumptions that go into that enter the hindrances of being able to grow for a tech company. That's in terms of how you define tech, but then what's your team made up of prior to coming into this?
Thank you for that, Angel.
And I think two things. One, there is a pattern in terms of decision making around investment that I don't fit. I listen to a lot of podcasts for tech startups, and folks are raising like hundreds of millions of dollars and, various rounds. And they're always white and Indian men. And, they've graduated from Stanford or one of the schools, and they worked for, Google or something.
X
and,
something.
Yeah.
X Google, X
whatever.
Twitter, X.
Yeah, and so they clearly know and they have an idea, and so they see problems that they are, unfairly positioned to address, and there's a pattern that I don't fit. I mean, even locally, Hopkins, Maryland, et cetera, have a whole system that's wrapped around their students that are, going into entrepreneurship because of tech transfer programs. Like, they benefit from that. And when you're growing a business and you're not coming from, any of those scenarios, the resources don't exist in the ecosystem to support your growth. There are accelerators, there are plenty of accelerators. I'm having some conversations with some of the entrepreneurs out here about being, under, resourced and over-mentored. There's a lot of that, but there's nothing that's like when you start your business and you're trying to figure out how to create a repeatable sales process, or you're trying to figure out, who is your ideal customer, profile. Those resources don't exist unless you have money to pay very expensive consultants, but because you're undercapitalized, you can't get it. And so it's this sort of, vicious cycle that you can't break out of. And then I think the other thing is that we take too many cues from VCs. I mean, VCs have a very specific investment thesis, and they want to find that next billion-dollar company, unicorn or whatever. And so they're not necessarily looking for things that don't immediately clearly look like that, what's going to turn into that. If, economic development and growing, the number of businesses that are here that are successful, like maybe it's not $1 billion business, maybe it's a $10 million business, or maybe it's a $100 million business. Like, that is a good, I would love to be a $100 million business. But if we just look to VCs to tell us, how we should invest in that way, then we miss out on those opportunities. And so I think that we have to reset the intention on, the growth of businesses and folks that have good ideas that haven't come out of a university system, but with the right supports, the right resources, they can grow those ideas. I mean, and everybody, no matter, if you're a white or Indian man graduating from Stanford, or you're a black woman, in Baltimore, like, you can have an idea that doesn't work, but we don't have the same risk tolerance, for businesses that are operated by people that look like me, compared to the other ones.
Sounds like you're the right person to run Equity Brain Trust. That's what it sounds like. On the manufacturing side of the room here, one thing we always talk about is, what is it really going to require? We talk about Baltimore's history in manufacturing, and we know the impact of offshoring, what it's had on the American economy. COVID taught us a lot about what it means to rely on outsourced supply chains. But we also recognize that to reverse that, it's not going to be just as easy as saying, hey, we got a bunch of empty commercial properties in West Baltimore. Let's just go get in them, right? There are things that need to be done. So the question for you is, you want to manufacture in Baltimore. How do we see ourselves into a place where that is actually possible? Matt, you are a little ahead in that. You believe that strongly. I just want to hear from you guys. How is that possible in your world?
Well, first, it's dreaming bigger. Being a manufacturer is not necessarily anymore being a company that makes things that go bonk or snip or burn. Being a manufacturer is being a person who's able to lead an organization of people that know not only how things might come off that printer, but also how to integrate it into the tech that supports it. So manufacturers have to think and believe very, very big and wild and audaciously. So I think that we're in the right town for that. Places, organizations like Ignite, folks like Baltipreneurs, people at CVL, all of the folks that really believe in the triple bottom line also get that we are coming from traditions of things that bonk and snip and burn, big machines and people that run them, to automation, high-speed processing, and access to the materials that we need to get it done quickly and effectively.
Yeah.
I think that one of the most lovely things about being in this city is that we can draw on the 200 years of real thoughtful growth in making and sort of rest that as a good place to start, and then have the maker spaces provide me with the staff that I need to run the machines that print and laser and package the stuff that we make. We're in a wonderful place. What we don't have is we don't have the connection between capital and ingenuity in that area for small and medium-sized manufacturers. Lots of resources for bigger manufacturers, phenomenal support for $1 million and above starting point. But if you're just below that $999,000 point, that's really the place where we just need that little and then we can go.
Well said.
Ooh, okay. So for like making bamboo toilet paper in Baltimore, I think that is a hard thing to do. One, because there was one CEO that was based in Florida that had enough capital to create the facilities, to grow the bamboo in what was going to be in Mexico, and figure out the whole process. But he was supposed to be done years ago, and it still hasn't happened. So he's him and I'm me, so I don't think I'll be able to do something like that in Baltimore. However, when it comes to creating the shoes, that is something that I believe we can manufacture in Baltimore. There's a company called Factory based in LA, and they got a couple $1 million to create a facility where they make the shoes. Well, they use some materials close to what I'm using to make my shoes, but they don't have the infrastructure built out to do it. So they do a lot of one-offs. They do shoes for like NBA players, et cetera, like that, like really have it customized to them, and that takes the time. But I believe for it to happen in Baltimore, we need the education of how to use the machines. You know, the people, like maybe there's some school programs or something that can teach them, because like there's only so far I can personally learn on YouTube, but it's definitely possible, and I want it to happen. I don't want to wait months for shoes. I want them now, you know?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, no, thank you all for that. I really appreciate the dream there. If nothing else, this is the time I plug in this idea again of, you know, when we talk about impact investing, it is a body of work that is growing and growing and growing, but impact investing, when I go to SOCAP and the conversations that we have, sometimes it's like, when that comes to Baltimore, it doesn't make any sense, right? We have to think about, what does that mean for Baltimore? What does that mean for the entrepreneurs we're talking about today? What does creative financing look like in that way? Because it's not going to be just the equipment. It's going to be the real estate too. We have it. It's just sitting there, and we got to figure out a way to tap into that to be able to get people working and moving. I'll ask one last round of questions, and then we'll wind down. And I think some of you already kind of hinted at this, you know, and I'm going to put the pressure on you to answer this question on behalf of every entrepreneur that spoke today. As you think about the work that you all are doing in food and beverage, health and wellness, manufacturing, technology, what does a future Baltimore look like with you still in it, because you're not going anywhere? What does that look like for you? What is that more economically diverse community look like, given the mission that you all are working on?
So for me, what that looks like is, first and foremost, just on the investing side, that we aren't trying to copy the California way, the New York way, the Boston way. First and foremost, being blunt about it, if you're going to try to invest like them, you need to have the money like them. If you don't have the money like them, don't try to be like them. Don't try to aim for the next $1 billion business where you don't have the $1 billion to spend. That is just not how it's going to work. Focus on building, once again, because Baltimore is one of the last, and I'll say this boldly, one of the last metropolitan areas that has not been developed. You go to Philly, they're downtown, huge. New York, of course they're big. LA, they have multiple. And Baltimore doesn't have it. And we rest on a lot of resources, and we haven't built upon it. We have a port. We have direct train lines. We're one of the few places that have a lot of the resources that connect everything. And so for me, one of the things that looks like is, A, that we're investing for economic development in our city. So developing the $10 million, $50 million, $100 million companies, because those add up. And that could quickly add up to $1 billion. And on top of that, we're not just focused on tech, we're not, in the sense of like the standard, like popular thing to do, like the trendy thing to do right now, the med tech, the AI, all that stuff. Not saying that we can't do that, but we're focused on investing what makes Baltimore Baltimore. Baltimore is a creative city filled with manufacturers, people that develop software, whether it be for game development, whether it be for more social impact purposes. We have artists here. We need to be able to focus on what makes Baltimore Baltimore. And that future looks like a space in which Baltimore is that creative city, a place in which we're able to be that shiny beacon on the East Coast where you want to have fun, you want to have great crabs, all that stuff, you come here. And that's what that looks like, especially with me in it, especially because Baltimore is one of the, I would say, gaming and game development capitals of this country.
Thank you. No pressure to go in order. Whoever's next.
All right, I'll go. So I want Baltimore to just be cool, man. I think, I want the shops that I got to go to Japan for. I want the shops that I got to go to New York for. Like, we can have that here, right? We can have that vibrant place. And I want people to import because they're like, yeah, I like what's going on in Baltimore. It's more than X, it's more than Y. Like that's what I want, and that's what I'm, building towards. And hopefully, when people look at me and I tell them I'm from West Baltimore, like they know what that means. And it's just an overall dope creative person. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
So in my vision, every social impact investor organization in this room is going to work with the Equity Brain Trust to unpack the work that they do so that they can get better outcomes for the businesses in this room, folks who have presented earlier. And in a few years, this is being held in a gymnasium because we have so many businesses that are positioned to succeed, from all races, genders, et cetera. We are having less and less vacants in this building because we have more and more businesses to fill in them. And it's a virtuous cycle because as we demonstrate that businesses run by people like us can succeed when we are appropriately, resourced and supported, it opens the door for more businesses, and we see more of that happening. And so it is a big, hairy, audacious goal, but again, it's very doable, and we can improve this outcome the same way that we improve every other outcome that we have. We use data to drive those results, and we can do the same thing there. So if I wasn't clear, we can help. If you don't know how you're measuring the impact of your investments and your companies, that's what we do. So please see us because we want to see more of us succeed.
Awesome. Thank you. Matt?
So Isaac, in 2033, Isaac is going to be finishing whatever school looks like. It might be university, it might be something else. But Isaac will be in that in-between place, somewhere between sort of doing what's best for Isaac and doing what's best for Isaac's people. In 2043, Isaac will be doing something serving purpose for family and for friends and for community. Right now, my company focuses on activating a love of playing and building and making. So in 2033, Isaac is a little bit more confident and knows where they're going to be. And maybe in 2043, that playful engineering is the thing that Isaac remembers from learning. I hope that's not too sappy, yeah. But literally the word future is in the name of our company.
Thank you. Thank you. As I lead us to break, I'm going to simply first thank all the entrepreneurs who presented today. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I know that as we, run through our accelerator programs and all that stuff, my running joke is that we keep putting you through pitch school so you can get up here and share. But really, what you're up here sharing with us is your gifts and your wildest dreams, and we don't take that for granted. So thank you for that. I also recognize that I think this is the first time in our showcase that we didn't necessarily go into a bunch of numbers, right? And COGS and all that stuff. Matt, you cheated a little bit. And it was not by design, but I think it was what was needed, because I think at some point we need to get back to the conversation of the why. Spreadsheets exist. They all got them. Financial models. It's all there, right? We can share that. We can talk about it all day long. We can workshop it. And for the folks who are interested in investing, please talk to us. We'll work with you. We'll work with entrepreneurs to get those things done. But at the end of the day, we have to keep going back to the why. Why are we doing what we're doing? Why is it better for Baltimore? And if we can get past that, I swear to you, the numbers become a lot easier to get around, right? It just becomes, and we're experiencing that at Ignite Capital. When the why makes sense, we can jump through hoops to make the numbers work, because the why is what gets us to where we're trying to go. And next week, sometime, you will receive an email, thanking you again, but it's going to have a feedback form. And that feedback form is going to ask you, just in case you forgot, if there are any of the entrepreneurs you saw today that you want to re-engage with, there are two pathways of doing that. Just talk to them directly and just talk to them, right? We're not their babysitters, just talk to them, they're grown folks. But if you want us to help reconnect you and you want us to help facilitate a dialogue, we're happy to do that too. That's our job. Our job is to make it as easy for you as possible to open up your doors, your wallets, your brains, and everything else to meet them where they are and help them pursue their dreams. On that note, there are going to be drinks and snacks in there. Feel free to reconnect again with the entrepreneurs. And I would be remiss if I did not say thank you to our staff and the staff at Coppin for making this seamless. Thank you to Ryan for live streaming on our behalf. It was by design to be at Coppin. There is a power in this institution, a power in the people of West Baltimore, and we have a lot to be hopeful for. So thank you all. And a special shout out to Lindsay. No, we're done. Oh, yeah. I was asked to remind you all again that happy hour is until 5. You can hang around this area. We'll be here, and drinks or snacks are next door.